We're on the sense.
When I woke up this morning, I was feeling pretty dangerous.
About the past and about the future.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Draftvice. Oh my god, those audio levels look so loud. Oh, hang on one sec. Where the heck? I'm not wearing the classic. Hang on 1 second, 1 minute. Hang on 1 sec. I screwed this whole thing up. This is what you get for half-assing. Yo, welcome back to Draftvice. My name is Walter, and on today's episode, we're talking day 2 of the NFL Draft. I apologize for the delay, everybody. I was not busy, really. I was just, I had to run and get the jacket. I forgot. Now I have this picture in front of me. Dear God. Hang on 1 sec. Got the Xbox controller up here. We go switch this to that. By the way, day 1, fantastic day. If anything, it's like maybe the best day of the week. I could hear my nephew screaming. Not that I'm complaining, folks. I love my nephew. He's probably screaming because he wants to hang out with me, and unfortunately, I'm busy doing this, talking about the draft to myself, to you, but to also to myself, so I can compartmentalize all of it, and just have an enjoying time. Hang on 1 sec. I'm gonna start sharing this stuff out with some folk, right? Just to be like, yo, come on and hang out with us. 'Cause we having fun. Talk about the draft. Where's my my profile on the Facebook? Let's see. I'm gonna save that. Copy. Try and get people to watch this with us. Talk a little bit about. I'm getting now messages all the time. Hang on 1 sec. And on tonight's show, we should have some people popping on. People who may want to hang out with us, some people who may not want to hang out with us. Be like, yo, Walter, what are you doing? Why do you do this shit? Why don't you grow up? Listen, I'm a child. I'm a child at heart. That's why I like doing this stuff. And keep sharing so that people come on out. Be like, yo, what's up? I'm gonna be hanging on. Why I hate this copy invitation thing. Here we go. Gonna hit that. We're gonna paste that. Oh my god. Anyway, if you guys liked last night's episode, let me know in the comments. If you not last night's, yes, let me know. What'd you guys think of the live show? If you came to the live show, if you watched the live show, you saw Dr. DiBlasio co-hosting with me. How'd you like it? Me sitting down for the first time doing this show in about a year and a half's time, because I don't do that anymore. I don't sit when I do Draftvice. It keeps me motivated. It keeps me on my toes. Literally, I have to actually stand on my tippy toes so you guys can see me half the time. These are very big cameras. They're very high up. I'm now okay. Good. I got that copied. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sure I should have shared more of this beforehand, but I was in a rush. I wanted to see all of you, and first off, was I not right about the Trey Lance thing? I was wrong like a month and a half ago, but I was right now. I was right the last 2 to 3 weeks. I got that shit right. Jesse Montanez, shout out to you. Even though you didn't come last night, you were the first one to be like, yo, what makes you think Trey Lance won't be the pick to the Niners? That was a month and a half ago, and now, my brother, it all comes back full circle. I wanted you there just so you could hold that over me, that you were the first one to bring that up. But, buddy, no worries about it. That's the main reason why I knew Trey Lance was going. I wanted you there to be like, oh, I had that call. So yeah, Jayland came out last night, and at least he showed up in the YouTube comments for a little bit. It was like Jayland, and then he's like, oh, who are these other dudes? But it was great. I loved having Harry Van Ness and Sean Barry, and even Anthony Quinn, the beautiful Anthony Quinn, the favorite of mine in my heart, Anthony Quinn. He's such a sweetheart. He's an acquired taste, like caviar or tuna tartare or banana cream pudding with sushi on top. It's just he has a very acquired taste. Like midget porn. Yeah, he's got like a midget porn kind of taste. Why is it? That sounds dirty. No, I should probably not compare him to midget porn just because. He's a very sweet man though. I should have set this all. Usually when I do Draftvice, everything's already set up. I had to run and give Dr. DiBlasio his charger. He lives in Hackensack. We could have met closer, but I wanted to go eat down there because there's this lovely place called Juicy Platters. Me and all my friends love going there. Well, like 3 of my friends. The other friends don't like it. They prefer halal guys. It's all chicken and rice. And I by the way, I have a new halal chicken and rice place down the block from me. This became a food show all of a sudden. I'm gonna make people hungry. It's dinner time. I already ate. I had chicken and rice. Which I should stop doing because even though chicken is good for you and certain types of rice are good for you, they and even that one was especially good. Like that that didn't have all the white sauce on it or any other colored sauce other than hot sauce. I love hot sauce, by the way. That's why I like Juicy Platters. I like their hot sauce. I'm trying to bring on the NFL draft, at least some portion of it on my TV so I can see it visually. Let me know if the stream's not working. Let me know if the stream is heavy or thick. So yes, have we gotten a first pick yet of the second round? Oh, the Jaguars are on the clock. We are live with the Jaguars, right? Round 2, pick 33. I think it's quite possible to take Tyson Campbell here. I think one of the sports betting books had him as one of the favorites here. I know in Urban Meyer's thing last night, he said that they were looking at when they were taking ETN, they were talking about potentially taking a corner or safety there. That's very telling, right? They signed Shaquille Griffin in the offseason to be their corner, and now they go ahead. They're saying, you know what, we get it. We like him, but we're thinking of maybe potentially moving beyond Shaquille Griffin and C.J. Henderson. We want another guy in the building because Shaquille Griffin's a temporary thing, right? He was a free agent covering up your corners, literally. Covering your bases, and I think if they go cornerback and they go best available cornerback, I think it's Tyson Campbell might be one of them. Asante Samuel, I like Asante Samuel, but I do think other teams. I think teams are gonna like Tyson Campbell because he had at least a little bit more long speed. He didn't test like he had better lateral agility than Eric Stokes, but he played like he did. So I mean, I like Tyson Campbell quite a bit. So I think maybe this is where Tyson Campbell goes. I know, again, one of the sports books had him at like minus 275, and DraftKings had him at plus 600. So I think it's quite possibly. Oh, and the pick is in, everybody. With the 33rd pick in the NFL draft, the NFL Jaguars select. Is it not in? I don't know. Is it in yet? I can't tell. Trying to check. Maybe they're just ringing in the pick. Jaguars have been on the clock for a few hours now. As far as the first round goes, right? Let's talk a little bit about that. A little bit. Let me just pull up the picks because I'm going from memory. I honestly, first off, I did a TikTok earlier today. If you're fans of the TikTok, and my favorite. One of my favorite moves, I think a lot of people's favorite move from last night, Justin Fields, right? Going to the Chicago Bears. Saving Matt Nagy's job, folks. He went there to go save Matt Nagy's job, and I think that was a smart move on his behalf. Not on his behalf, on Ryan Pace's behalf, because Ryan Pace is probably his last time he's ever going to get to pick a quarterback anyway. So like, let's go for it, man. Just go for another quarterback. You don't have to worry about it. You just take a guy. You see what happens. See what's going on with this. Cool. Just want to make sure the audio is coming. Oh, good. Good to know that my audio is working on that. Good. I'm waiting for Jacksonville to come in on this, right? Could they go safety? Trevon Morg's still on the board, right? Safety out of TCU, primarily cover 2, cover 4 safety, split safety situation with him. I kind of like him. I do. I do question maybe some teams might like some of the older safety prospects like Richie Grant, who's got a little bit more familiarity with the single high free safety role. And he came out actually relatively athletic. Solid tackler. Not great, not bad. I think we talked about this on the safety episode. I feel like the range of discussion on him has been very weird, right? It's either you love him, and again, he had a good Senior Bowl, so a lot of teams do like Richie Grant for his time at the Senior Bowl. Let's see what we got here. Just trying to share everything. We've had like 6 playbacks already, so that's good to see. Let's see, play right here. Go on to my page. This will be the last time I'll share this on the Facebook, and then we will go from here. Just wanted to see what the draft picks were already. Come on, NFL 2021. Okay, now they're officially on the clock. We're at 7 minutes for Jacksonville. Oh Lord. Boop boop ba boom. Draft pick tracker. No, I don't want to get the latest news. Jacksonville's on the clock now. Boop boop ba doo. So pick 1 was Trevor Lawrence. We knew that was going to happen. Pick 2, Zach Wilson. We knew that one was going to happen. Pick 3, Trey Lance. We called it, baby. We called it here a couple weeks ago. The second I heard that whole thing about them switching QB coaches to John Beck, when he went from Quincy Avery to John Beck, I thought that was a good deal. I thought that was the move. I thought, Walter, that's another thing that happens very often. Josh Norris keyed in on the same thing. He had one of the most accurate mock drafts this year. I was a few picks behind him, 6. That's neither here nor there. I'm not part of the huddle report. I'm not part of that classist structure. I'm a random YouTuber. I am barely even that. I'm not even a TikToker, right? I guess I am a YouTuber because I have a YouTube. But I'm just saying, like, let's be fair. Like, we wouldn't consider me, like, one of the better YouTubers out here. I'm sitting here with a microphone talking about the draft while it's on my TV. So, listen, I'm just saying I got 10 picks right. You want to check out the Instagram? I posted it yesterday. There are 2 picks I am kicking myself over. I had Jalen Phillips in multiple mock drafts going to the Miami Dolphins, and at the last second, and knowing that he had a plus or minus of 18.5, so clearly somebody knew something. The Miami picks, I wanted to kick myself over because the 2 Miami picks, like, were the 2 picks that I have consistently been like, up until this point, I knew exactly where they were going. And then Miami, I was like, no, come on, they're smarter than this, right? They're not gonna take a guy with a concussion issue. They're gonna take the safe guy, or even just like if they're gonna take a risk, take the high upside athletic risk. Don't take the risk where the guy might not play for the next 3 years because he got hit in the head again. So listen, that was a little. I'm gonna pull that back a bit. Miami, I think Jalen Phillips is a great move, and I called that in a bunch of mock drafts. I did previous to the final one, so you don't get points for that. Not that I got any points because I'm not part of any kind of point scoring system, but I think when you look at how this eventually went down, you can go to the Instagram, and you could see I kind of got it right. I'm just saying. Let's check. See, I don't have any new admissions. If you want, you can message me and ask me to come on. I got a nice Zoom ready to go. We get the Jets after the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they're the team that I think is a big question mark, right? Because they can go edge rusher. They can take Azeez Ojulari. He fell because he's got knee question marks. It'd be an interesting one. I don't think if I'm the Jets, right? And I already got Carl Lawson with knee issues. And I got Sheldon Rankins with Achilles issues. And he's coming back from an injury. And yes, Quinnen Williams has been fine. But even Quinnen Williams has some injury question marks over time. Am I going again at a guy with a knee issue? Or do I go the safer route? Or even not even the safer route. Just another route at defensive line like Carlos Boogie Basham. Maybe the more athletic edge rusher, or one of the more athletic edge rushers that's still available, Joseph Osai out of Texas. Now people who've been following me and my opinions on this edge rusher class are hearing me change because I want Azeez Ojulari to fall to the Browns. Clearly, there is some deep-seated thoughts here. I like Azeez Ojulari, and I want him to fall. Right? I'm not going to hide my bias. It's not fair to ask me to. Also, keep in mind, the reason why you keep seeing me talk like this, or I'm like talking to somebody off screen, It's because currently I'm looking at. Usually when I do this, I'm staring right at the camera, and the only face of mine that I can see, like it's a mirror, is the one at the camera, so I can focus in on that. Well, I got now because I'm in Zoom on this screen here. I'm looking at myself do this, and it's distracting as fuck. It's the reason why I used to do stand up at a place that had a giant mirror in the background, and it would ruin my set like 90% of the time because I would just start looking at myself in the mirror and not looking at myself, but just get distracted by the movements and be like, yeah, what? All right. Anyway, other options the Jags go. First off, let's talk about the Jaguars pick last night, right? Trevor Lawrence was fine. Travis Etienne, man, that was a reach. Listen, not that the player himself is a reach. Oh, he has some vision question marks or decision making. I can't tell if it's vision or decision making. But either way, Jaguars pick is in. You know what? You had other needs. You didn't need a running back. Just because you took one Clemson guy, you don't go for two. So listen, not to say that he's a bad player, not to say it's a totally bad pick, not to say that this couldn't go a good way, right? Listen, I'm just saying, I like Trey Lance. I like Travis Etienne. Very, very athletic running back. Got better as a pass catcher out of the backfield the last year. You could have had a safety. You could have had an edge rusher. You could have had an offensive lineman. You could have had literally 30 other positions, and you took. And listen, by the way, corner was there too for you. Greg Newsome, thank you for letting him fall to us. By the way, keep making those kinds of decisions, Jaguars. We do enjoy you in the conference. AFC does not want the Jaguars out of the AFC. That's all I'm saying. They used to just like having the Browns there to keep pooping on ourselves, but no, we don't do that no more. At least as far as I'm concerned. Let's see where we're at. We have. Let's talk a little bit about the Bengals. Bengals kind of lucked out, right? There's plenty of offensive linemen left. They have Tevin Jenkins. They have Creed Humphrey if they want to play. They want a guy who's a center. They still have Wyatt Davis on the board. They have Dylan Radins out of North Dakota State, the very athletic tackle who came up with Trey Lance. So they have a lot of options on the board. And the Jaguars selection is in. And with the 33rd pick in the NFL draft, the selection is I read lips, but not like that. Usually they're the other ones. Tyson Campbell out of Georgia. I just won $18. Thank you, everybody. He was plus 600. I don't know. I don't know how that my math works out at all. So there goes Tyson Campbell out of Georgia. That was kind of where the sports books were leaning. I kind of caught in on that when he was minus 275 on one site and 600 on another. That was a good move. It was a good move. Caught in on that really quick. So that means I made some money on this draft, man. This is probably the one time a year I could probably make money is on the draft. Who knew? I should have. I don't know what the odds of Jamar Chase at 5 was, to be honest. So I didn't take any money on that. I should have been gambling the whole time. That was a mistake. I don't really gamble, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of it, except for fantasy, which is gambling, but different kind of gambling. Gambling where you probably are almost entirely sure that you're going to lose your money, but have fun the whole freaking year. Where are we at now with draft picks? Now that Tyson Campbell's off the board, the Jets are up. Who could the Jets possibly take? First off, last night, Jets trade up for Elijah Vera Tucker after drafting Zach Wilson. I think that was a very questionable move on their part. It's kind of, it's weird. Like, you go ahead and you kind of want to give them credit for making a good pick, right? You think they're a good, I like Elijah Vera Tucker. They traded a very high third-round pick and a late third-round pick. Yes, they did get a fourth-rounder back, so you're basically swapping that last pick and the other third-round pick and with that fourth-round pick. That's a high third-round pick. Think about it. That's pick 66, right? You could take those 2 third-rounders and trade up into the second. You could have gotten a top 50 player probably. So I don't know, man. I think that was a little bit of a mistake. Again, love what the Jets have done so far with the offensive line. You got Elijah Vera Tucker. And if he had fallen to them at 25 or 23, I would have loved it, right? The Vikings got a good deal out of that, though, right? They got 2 extra third-rounders. So they got 4 third-rounders, the Vikings got. and apparently the website was listing 66 as a second. Not unless we extended the third round. So Vikings kind of won out there, right? They ended up trading back a bunch of picks. They traded back, got 2 extra picks in the third round, and they ended up getting Christian Darrisaw, a guy they might have been thinking of taking at 14 anyway. I honestly thought they were going to go edge rusher at a certain point. I know Kwity Paye went off the board right before they picked, so that might have affected it too. The second time, not the first time. So they traded back to the 20s, and they ended up getting Christian Darrisaw. I do think we have to talk about the Giants a little bit today. Kadarius Toney was a weird pick, but they traded back, got a first rounder, a fourth rounder, and a fifth rounder. I think that was actually kind of a smart idea. I listen, no matter what, even if you don't like Kadarius Toney, getting a first rounder next year, and it seems like they were such locked in to taking wide receiver in the first round. They went from Devontae Smith and they traded back to get Kadarius Toney. It sounds like they were so locked in a position that that's where they were going. I could see Giants taking offensive line in this round or edge rusher again. It's another one of those things where edge rushers the rest of the edge rushers are probably going to go relatively quickly. Offensive line I think there's going to be a huge run on offensive linemen. You have 3 really solid centers that can go on day 2 with Landon Dickerson, Quinton Miners, and Creed Humphrey. You have Wyatt Davis, who's still on the board. You still have Trey Smith, who might go like late second, early third. You got plenty of tackles with Samuel Cosme and Dylan Radins and Tevin Jenkins. So I'm really curious to see what the Jets do here. Do they keep on building the offensive line, right? Imagine if the Jets just got Tevin Jenkins here, and now you have Tevin Jenkins, Elijah Vera Tucker, Mekhi Becton. You have the Great Wall of the NFC, AFC East, and I don't think that would be a bad move on their end. I don't. I think that it might be a little bit of a mistake, only because you have other needs. But I think the mistake wasn't the whole aspect that you didn't like that you're taking Tevin Jenkins or an offensive lineman here. It's that you trade away the 2 third-round picks that would have helped you get other guys later on. Again, it's the third-round picks. The high third-round pick, it's essentially like you could have traded the 2 third-rounders to become a second-rounder, and you could have been like, they don't. I don't know, man. That one kind of bugs me a little bit. Slightly. Not entirely, but as you could tell, I'm a little flustered about it. My buddy who's a Jets fan was annoyed by it. Jets pick is in. I'm going to guess, is it Azeez Ojulari? Is it? I know there were some rumors that they liked him. They were into him. Jets, who'd they get? Jets go Elijah Moore. All right. Elijah Moore, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Oh, wait a second. Harry's got to be really happy about this. Congratulations, Harry. This was Harry's an Ole Miss fan. And now they get Elijah Moore to join in on that. I think this is a great move for the Jets. I should have thought about this sooner. Dear God, one of the best wide receivers left. Very athletic wide receiver. Ran in the 4.3s. You watched any defensive back film, and if they were playing Ole Miss, he was just dominating. He was doing really well a lot of the time. Very enjoyable player to watch. Very good route runner. Only problem clearly is that he didn't run on the outside a lot, so you're not quite sure if he could hold the press man coverage. But listen, he's got a very similar profile to Brandon Cooks. Like, he's got the speed that it's not an issue, I don't think. I think that was such a good move. Way to go, Jets. You know what? If they don't make it, they're not going to make another pick for the rest of the night. Who cares? That was such a good move for the Jets. Let me just check and see if I got any people calling it. Nope, no call-ins. Good. You know what? It's going to be just us. We'll pull up the Twitterverse. All right, here comes the first round talents off the board early in round 2, says Lance Zierlein. We'll pull this up right here. Cool. All right, and then we will go with this. Cool. Elijah Moore, man. You love to see it for the Jets. You hate to see it for a team that wanted Elijah Moore a little bit later in the second round. I know a lot of Browns fans are crying right now, and it's fine. You guys, we'll get wide receivers. We have wide receivers. I know I'm making this all Brown centric. Don't worry. Way to go, Jets, man, dude. I'm thinking the Jets had a very productive draft for the offense, right? I think their defense is gonna have some problems next year. They're still gonna be solid up front, right? Vinny Curry, Carl Lawson, Quinnen Williams, Sheldon Rankins. I think that's a very good defensive line to have. And they always seem to have defensive tackles ready to go. They got a couple of more They got a couple more players to the offensive line. They could also look later on. Again, they have 2 4th-rounders, I think, now, so they could easily trade up as well. Let me just check any more stuff that might come in. Let's see. Got the draft tracker up for round 2. And that Falcons are on the clock. Way to go, Falcons. Here we go, Falcons. All right. I think what could happen here? Oh. Wait, if the Falcons... No. Denver's trading up, it sounds like. Denver's trading up with the Falcons. Oh. Atlanta trades with Denver, and Denver moves up the board, and I wonder what they got in this trade. Denver going up for Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, one of the edge rushers, Joseph Osai, a guy who could sit behind Von Miller. The big scary Von Miller. Now they get a nice fast pass rusher, maybe. I think Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would be great. Be kind of that the Roquan Smith to their defense now. I think this could be a crazy move if they went that route. Who else could they be going? Maybe Azeez Ojulari, pass rusher out of Georgia. Denver is taking JOKR. No, that wasn't news, actually. Yes, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah would be a good one here. Javonte Williams. Broncos traded up to take Javonte Williams, running back. NC State. That's a good one. The NC guy, man. I like it. Ooh, this is a smart move. Oh, I don't know, it's smart, right? But listen, there was literally one running back left on the board that was probably worth his salt. Benjamin Albright, who covers the team, just tweeted RB ? So, and he tweeted that 21 seconds ago. 35th overall pick and a 6th round pick to the Broncos for the 40th overall pick and a 4th rounder. Falcons are doing some smart work, right? They know they need to collect a little bit of extra draft capital. So, you know what? That's a good move on their end. Let's see. What's coming up next? Who's the next pick after Javonte Williams? Miami Dolphins are on the clock now. They're probably a little annoyed because that was probably the guy they would have wanted. With that being said, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still one of the top picks that's possibly on the board. Who else is left? Let's pull that up. I think this was a good move on the Broncos' part. Not good. You know what? No, I don't think it was a good move. They didn't have to trade up for a running back. They could have gotten Michael Carter later on. I know there was some thought that maybe that was like the one thing they needed. That's not quarterback. So, I don't know. Javonte Williams being off the board, I guess that pushes another player down that I might want for another team or two. But you know what? They have a good offense. See, that's the thing. Couldn't they have taken a right tackle? Like, Tevin Jenkins is still on the board. I get you have Juwan James, but couldn't you, like, bolster up the offensive line even still? Because Juwan James is probably not going to be there very long. He's probably there for one more year. So, again, they could have gotten another guy in there to kind of address that situation. I don't know if I like the running back here, North Carolina, Javonte Williams. I get it. Oh, his name is Pookie, by the way. I forgot about the Pookie thing. There's Pookie and Puka, and that's what makes this draft very confusing because Pookie is not Puka. Contact balance, yes, he does have that. He actually kind of reminded me a lot of Kareem Hunt coming out. Not as refined as a pass catcher, but again, very similar running style. And that was kind of the reason why, like, I would rather be the team if I was going to take a running back in this draft class to be the one to take the third running back of this draft class, not the first one. Hence why Najee Harris going off the board early on was kind of a weird one. Although, I guess it was always expected. Still, nonetheless, Broncos got a running back to go with their sick offensive line. Eagles are on the clock. The pick is in for Miami. Let's see what we got here. If anybody's calling in yet. Nope, nobody calling in. I'm so sad. If you're in a chat, hit me up. Say, yo, what's up? I got a Zoom. So you guys can pop on in. Let's see, go back to the draft tracker. Draft picks. Let's see. Listen, I'm going back to the Jets pick really quick. Elijah Moore was a very good pick. He gives that team different kind of speed that they don't have currently on that roster. Denzel Mims has 4.3 speed, but he doesn't really play like a 4.3 speedster with he doesn't have lateral quickness that Elijah Moore does. Elijah Moore, not for nothing, if Zach Wilson's worth half his salt, Elijah Moore is a good pick. I'm liking how this team's being built, right? You got a guy who can run after the catch with Elijah Moore, who, again, can break tackles, can, just get downfield quickly. You have Corey Davis could be your outside receiver, so you don't have to worry about running Elijah Moore on the outside. You got outside receivers in Denzel Mims and Corey Davis. And you got guys with speed. I think this was a great move I think the Jets are building up around their rookie QB to make sure he succeeds, right? And they're trying to make sure their coach succeeds. Why? Because if the offense succeeds and you have a solid defense, you are pretty well off. I think this is a smart move. We saw that last year from the Browns. The defense wasn't great. The D coordinator worked around the issues. And then they were able to stay in games because, again, they had such a good offense. They were explosive. They were running this Kyle Shanahan outside zone scheme. So let's see where we got here. Do we have new news? Any news? You got Taco Bell. Letting it load. Terrence Marshall or Diami Brown. Oh, no, that's what some of the Browns people are saying. You guys got to relax. You guys, so let's see. Who possibly is going? Javon Holland to the Miami Dolphins at pick 36. The pick is in. It's Javon Holland. I'm not as, very much a versatile guy. He's very versatile. If you watch the show where we talked about the defensive backs, Ricky was higher on him than me because I think he's definitely way more athletic. Probably a lot similar to Eric Rowe. Keep in mind, Brian Flores was up in New England. We talked about Patrick Chung when we were talking about Javon Holland. Very similar kind of versatile guy, can line up on the outside, maybe cover tight ends. Again, because he ran the 4.4s, he's very quick. I don't think he has he doesn't have the lateral quickness to play in the slot as much of the time. But he could, I don't know. I did not like him as a slot defender or as a safety. I actually thought he was maybe a better outside corner. I don't think they're going to try him here. I don't think he's going to try him there. I didn't see him. The only thing is I did not see him line up too much at free safety when I watched him. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. I'm sure there's I'm sure I could pull up a charting thing that has how often he may or may not have done that. Let's see. Go back to Twitter. So Javon Holland, who might the Eagles take? Eagles could take pretty much any best player available. Offensive lineman they can go for. Again, literally any offensive lineman I've already mentioned today. Guard. Creed Humphrey would be a very good one for the Eagles. Their pick is in. We're going to be moving quick tonight, folks, because we're already on to we're at to pick 5, right? Eagles, they're in. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. And Eagles have made a pick, and there's a trade after them. The Bengals traded the 38 overall pick to the Patriots. Wait a second. The Bengals traded a pick? The Bengals traded? Yo, somebody pinch me. I'm dreaming. The Bengals traded a pick. That's insane. That's nuts. So I wonder who the Eagles are taking. They could take Trevon Moehrig out of TCU. Already mentioned him. What's some other players that could possibly? Let me pull up. Who else could the Eagles have taken? My door is wide open, isn't it now? It's so windy by me. I see Jordan Rainan saying, name I keep an eye on for the Giants, Texas outside linebacker Joseph Osai. So, yeah, when the Giants come up, I saw him before about edge rushers. Yeah, Blake Jewell. Bengals made a trade? I know. You know how some Jets fans are very ambitious? Michael Salfino covers the Jets for, I think it might, I forget who it's for. I know he's based out here in Jersey. He's saying Crowder to the Lions, who have cap room for $10 million for a third-round pick. Why would they trade him for a third-round pick, Salfino? Why? You could cut him and you guys can get an extra $10 million in cap space. Why would they give up a third-round pick for a wide receiver you don't want anymore, who is pretty much a slot receiver? Like, can you be real for a second? Like, they didn't attack it in free agency. Why would they trade a premium pick for Jamison Crowder? Just stop being a crazy person. I'm roasting Salfino here. I love Landon Dickerson. That is all. Man, Barmore is off the board. I'll tell you why. So, Eagles drafted Landon Dickerson with the number 37 overall pick. This is the man who's been torn his ACL multiple times. He's got some knee issues, clearly. But now, dude, I've been having this in mock drafts. This is kind of a Howie Roseman thing. When I've done multi-round mock drafts, I said, like, Howie Roseman, I thought he would maybe trade down, get some extra picks. But even still, Landon Dickerson, you get him in. You don't have to worry about starting him this year because you have Jason Kelce. Now they have a backup center to Jason Kelce who, is going to rehab and develop, and you could play him at guard if you need him. And you don't have to worry about his timeline for coming back because you still have the guys already up there in the front. This is a smart move. The Bengals now have the 46th overall pick. The Patriots trade the 46th pick, the 122nd pick, and the 139th pick to the Cincinnati Bengals, and they got Christian Barmore at 38. Dear God, that was a crazy good move. Holy shoot. Patriots basically get a guy who they probably would have taken in the first round. Patriots get a D-tackle. Dude, that is nuts. They got this is crazy, man. This is nuts. I don't know why I'm acting like I'm stoked for the Patriots. Let's talk about it, though. Patriots didn't go for Fields, right? They didn't trade up for him. Right, I thought that would be the guy, right? He ran option routes. He's very similar to Cam Newton. They have Cam Newton on the roster. I thought they would make an effort to go for him. All reports are that they were always interested in Mac Jones over Justin Fields, that they weren't going to take Justin Fields if he was there at 15. We have no clue about that, to be honest. They didn't even make I mean, maybe they made calls and made an effort, but it just seems like at this point, the Patriots were fine with whoever fell to them at 15. They took a quarterback at 15. Now they're in the second round. They trade up. They get Christian Barmore, the athletic D-tackle from Alabama, another Alabama player. What is this, only an Alabama Patriots draft? What the heck's going on? Woo! Matt Miller said right now, Patriots trade up. If it's not for Barmore, I'll eat this tweet. I don't know if you can eat tweets, but dear God, I'd eat it. You don't have to worry about eating it, but I'd eat it with bacon at that point, man. That's a good move. Woo! I dig it. Patriots. Eagles took Landon Dickerson, man. Landon Dickerson was one of my favorite guys to watch, interior offensive lineman. And I did not make an effort to watch a ton of interior offensive linemen this year because it's not primarily where the orange team lies. I watched quite a few of them. But, again, I was a big fan of Landon Dickerson, man. This guy he's a mauler. I dig it. He's probably the best center in this draft that he had ACLs. But dude, it is so. I think this is such a good move for them. I think this is a great idea. Good move on their behalf. Let me see what's going on here. Panthers coming in now. We have the Panthers picks on the clock. After Panthers at 39 have traded with the Bears. Dear God, it's trade season, everybody. We're all trading tonight. Who might the Bears have taken? Did they take Terrence Marshall out of LSU, right? Get another wide receiver for Justin Fields. Maybe they say we need a tackle, right? We cut Bobby Massey. Maybe they take Samuel Cosmi, Tevin Jenkins. Dear God, imagine if the Bears get Tevin Jenkins and Justin Fields. They might have won the draft if they pulled that off. So good on them. Good deal for them. Dear God, that's such a smart move on their end. Let's see what's happening. Who's next? Oh, God. So, Bears are on the clock. Patriots take Barmore. It's got to be a tackle or a wide receiver here for the Bears, right? Who else could possibly be it? Let's pull up the old. Let's see. Let's go for some wide receivers. Let's pull up some wide receivers who might still be available. Terrence Marshall, Rondell Moore, Diami Brown, Josh Palmer, Monroe St. Brown, Nico Collins. There's a lot of talks about him going earlier today. Let's see. Good. The TV is announcing Barmore pick now, so that's a good thing to hear about. Let's see. Where are we at here? NFL's Twitter is not going to like this pick. Let's see. Bears traded up for Oklahoma State Tevin Jenkins. They get a right tackle for Justin Fields. I like it. The Bears are doing smart things, everybody. The Bears are doing smart things. Oh, my God. The Bears are doing smart things. This is amazing. Who did the Bears hire this offseason that made them do smart things? I want to know. Who did the Bears hire? I'm going to pin this to my profile. I'm going to like it, tweet it. I'm going to retweet it with that quote. Who did the Bears hire? Who did the Bears hire to make them do these smart things, right? Justin Fields, Tevin Jenkins. This is nuts, man. This is a good move on their part. Respect to Pace, respect to his family, respect to Matt Nagy. Maybe they let Nagy run the draft this year. I think that would have been a smart move. Oh, my God, this is nutty. I just saw some suggestion that maybe the Browns might potentially trade up and get in on this trade action. I don't know. We'll see. Facebook. Man, I can't believe this. It's going nuts already. Let's see if we can find a little bit more information on the Twitterverse, right? Who is this man? Whose man's is this? Right? Where are the Bears? I know we're on the Bears now. We're back to the Falcons, right? What are the Falcons doing? Oh my God. 2 more picks until the Giants are up. Azeez Ojulari, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board. That's Rosenblatt. Barmore and Jenkins going off the board, back-to-back picks. All right, so for the Chicago Bears, they traded the 39th overall pick and a 5th-round pick for the 52nd overall pick, a 3rd-round pick, and a 6th-round pick. Wow, Panthers won out on this trade. Dang, they got a extra 3rd-round pick in this? Even if you're trading away your 5th-round pick, that's a smart move on their end, man. That was very brilliant. Very, very nicely played, Carolina. Ooh, this is such a good deal for them. I like it. Chicago Bears pick is in. We already know their pick. It's Tevin Jenkins. I don't know why I'm watching the TV telling you guys this, and I'm like, yeah, I can't believe it. Who are the Bears going to take? You said it 9 minutes ago, jackass. BW Sports. Yo, what's up, BW Sports? Oh, I love you guys. Oh, my God. How are you been? I'm loving this draft this year. It is nuts. How do you like this draft this year, my friend? Yes, the Eagles got Devontae Smith, and they got Landon Dickerson. I love it. I think that was such a cool move on their end. I think that was amazing. And Landon Dickerson, like I said, the ACL thing, it could worry people. I would be worried about it. But here's the thing. They don't have to start him right away. That's the best part about the Eagles. They're in it's a weird situation because they are building up depth for their roster. I think Jalen Reagor takes a step forward next year. I think, having Devontae Smith's going to help out. Now what they need, they probably need a good outside receiver, right? Somebody to play split end for them because I think both Devontae Smith, but yes, I do like their first couple of picks, dude. I do. I dig it. I think this is such a good. I think the Eagles are making smart moves. They did trade a 3rd-rounder to the Dallas Cowboys to get Devontae Smith just so they could leapfrog the Giants. But you know what? Screw the Giants. And what did the Cowboys do to make themselves better? Oh, we're gonna take Micah Parsons after trading back a couple of picks and got a 3rd-rounder. I get Micah Parsons is good. But is that going to make their team that much better? They have 30,000 linebackers already. Rager's going to show out. I agree. You're right. Corner. I think corner was probably on the board for them at this spot. I think Tyson Campbell they would have been very interested in, man. I think that was definitely a guy who a lot of teams were interested in. Maybe they go Asante Samuel Jr. If they get a pick later. When's their next pick? They probably have another day 2 pick coming up. Right? Let's check real quick. How picks do they still have 3rd round picks? That's my big question. Yes, they do. They still have pick 70. I thought they traded that to the Dallas Cowboys. Oh no, it was the other pick they traded. I think it was pick 84, the one they got from the Colts. They traded to the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. So they still have pick 70. So you're right. They probably will go ahead and take a cornerback next. And Falcons are on the board. Falcons pick is in. Let's see if it's coming up on the Twitterverse right now. If we have to wait for the TV to catch up to everybody. Let's see. The Bears trade up and get their O-line. Yes, I know that the Bears traded up. We already talked. Falcons are selecting a safety. This is smart. Falcons didn't get a corner yet, but they did get a safety. They're selecting Richie Grant out of UCF. I think that's such a good move. Everybody's now questioning what's going on with Jeremiah Usukormoa. Yes, BW. Yes, the 84 they traded away, so they kept 70. They traded away the Colts pick that they got in the Carson Wentz trade. That's what they traded for Devontae Smith, which is good. It's not. So that's the thing. That's why I didn't like the one thing about the Jets trade that I thought was a little weird is that there was a little bit of like too much that they traded away to go ahead and get Elijah Vera Tucker, an interior offensive lineman. But I like Elijah Vera Tucker, so I feel very mixed on it. Richie Grant to the Falcons though, single high free safety kind of guy. Honestly, I get why some teams would really like him. I think especially you have Dean Pease coming down there to be the defensive coordinator. He wants a guy to kind of cover the back end. They're going to be blitzing a lot. They probably do need a couple of man corners to go along with that. But you know what? You can't go wrong with a good single high free safety. He reminds me a lot of Marcus May and Marcus Williams, those two guys. Very similar style safety, little versatility to them. Can come down and actually match up with some solid sized receivers as well. So I like Richie Grant a lot. I'm really wondering how far Asante Samuel Jr. falls because he could probably be in the range for the Eagles later on, especially maybe even to trade up with a team that's still in the 2nd round. Listen, Howie Roseman has been aggressive, right? If there's one thing I'm seeing from Howie this year, it's aggressiveness. And I think there's quite a few guys left on the board that they could still go after. Ifeatu Melifonwu out of Syracuse. I think the Falcons will pick a QB to work under Matty Ice. I think that's a definite possibility. Kellen Mond is still on the board. I think, again, if he's there, it depends on how many QBs go. Eventually, they will take a quarterback in this draft because there's 3 of them. I think even Terry Fontenot suggested that they were going to go after a QB in this draft that later on. Probably Davis Mills, Kellen Mond, or Kyle Trask. 4th round probably makes a lot of sense because, again, like, my question is by the time you get to the 4th round and where the Falcons are picking, are there other teams that are like, well, and actually at this point, it's whoever's taking backups, right? 4th round, sometimes people take some backup quarterbacks in that range. There's not a lot of aging vets anymore. Like, the Steelers are going to take one of those 3 guys. But you're right. Like, outside of, like, Matty Ice and the Atlanta Falcons. Okay, where are we? We got the Lions pick coming in now too. Where are we at here? Who's gone so far? Who are we waiting on? I know we got the Falcons pick. Let's see. Go up to round 2 on this. Richie Grant, Tevin Jenkins, Christian Barmore, Landon Dickerson. Lions pick is in. Let's see. Bears traded up. Let's see if we can get any news on this. What are you doing, Lions? How's Trevon Moehrig dropping? Giants trading 42 to the Miami Dolphins. So Giants are trading again. Oh my God, Gettleman! Yo, Gettleman! What's going on with Gettleman? Somebody's hacked Gettleman. Everybody. Sorry, I meant 4th round. Samuel Jr. may go to Philly if he's there at pick 84. Wait, hold on. The 4th round. Oh, you mean Asante Samuel Jr. in the 4th round? Oh, I don't think he's falling that far. I think Asante Samuel Jr. is going 2nd, 3rd round. I don't think he's falling out of the top 100. I know a lot of teams that'll spend, but pick 84 is a 3rd round pick, so I think that might be in the range of him. Although I think 70 they kept. I think 84 is still the one that went to the Cowboys. Detroit Lions pick is in. What is going on, Detroit? What did the Giants already do? We got to get some info here. Who kidnapped Dave Gettleman? Right? How are the Bears and the Giants having the smartest drafts? I'm confused, sir. I'm confused. What's going on here? I'm shocked and awed and dismayed, but hilariously entertained. Both these teams are just getting better in different ways. The Giants are figuring out you can trade back from picks, and the Bears are figuring out you can pick good players. I'm still excited to see what else the Bears might do. But the Bears also now I don't think do the Bears now not have a 3rd round pick? I'm now question you're yeah. I looked it up. That's why I pulled it up earlier because it was a question of mine earlier. I think when we brought it up. But I think at 70 they could absolutely go with Asante Samuel Jr. It also depends on like what edge rushers are still there, what safeties are still there. But you're right, corner is a huge need, and at 70 they could get back up a little bit higher to get a guy who's a corner that they think is falling. Paulson Adebo is going to be there probably in the 3rd round. Tay Gowan's going to be there pretty late. I don't think teams are overly eager to draft Tay Gowan. I don't think they're against Tay Gowan, but I think he's going to be one of those corners that teams pick that, listen, like they want more depth on their roster. Paulson Adebo is going to be the third round corner this year who's going to have that like Shaquille Griffin kind of move to him. Let's see. Bengals are sweating. Why'd they trade back? I don't know. Why did they trade back? Miami Dolphins traded up and they selected Liam Eichenberg out of Notre Dame. Dear God. Liam Eichenberg. Wait, what did the Lions select? Where are we at with the Lions? Why can't I pull up the Lions pick? Just saying the pick is in. How do I know the Giants pick before I know the Lions pick? And it's not even the Giants pick. It's the Miami Dolphins pick. Let's see where we're at here. So Liam Eichenberg to Miami Dolphins. I think I had them in a mock draft taking Liam Eichenberg too recently. That's nuts. Like in the 2nd round when I did some of the midnight mock drafts, I think listen, Liam Eichenberg I like. He's probably he's like one of the most technically refined tackles in this draft class. The problem is he's got tiny arms. He's going to be a T-Rex playing offensive line. You know what? Good. He's still got great foot quickness, good awareness, and it's not really hurt him too much when he's played. So if it doesn't hurt you when you play, it doesn't matter as much. Lions are selecting. What is the selection, sir? I just want to know. What's going on with Trevon Moehrig? People are wondering on Twitter. I think it's just because the scheme he's in. Levi Wuzariki to the Detroit Lions, finally. I've been wondering that for the last bunch of time. San Francisco is trading number 43 to Las Vegas. They're trading picks, and picks are flying. I'm just literally reading Schefter quotes now. Levi Wuzariki, 290-pound D tackle out of Washington, penetrator. Him and Joe Tryon played in this defense where they were playing a lot of 3-down defensive linemen, and he's really good when he's singled up. So they're going to be playing him at 3-tech, get him lined up over guards. You got to get a nice big nose tackle in there to eat up some of the other offensive linemen for him. But if he gets singled up on somebody and he's bull rushing him, he's got good lateral agility. Listen, he's not my number 1 D tackle in this draft class, but he's a very solid one in this draft class. So I think that was a very good pick for the Detroit Lions. The thing is, the Detroit Lions haven't taken a receiver yet. I don't know what's going on. I think they were probably looking at Elijah Moore. Elijah Moore went off. Terrence Marshall's still falling. I'm very intrigued by this draft right now. Again, Miami Dolphins trade up. They get Liam Eichenberg. And also now San Francisco is trading out with the Vegas Raiders. What are the Raiders doing? Terrence Marshall. Nope, not Terrence Marshall. Why do I read words and not tell people? Let's see where we're at. here? New York Giants are getting all the trade ammunition in case Daniel Jones doesn't work out. That definitely sounds reasonable. What are we doing here? Who's next up? Levi and Wuzariki. I liked Levi. I did. He was probably my second D tackle, if not third. NFL source on the amount of trades going on tonight, out of control. I don't think it's out of control. I think it's just different teams valuing the draft class, right? I think some teams are saying, listen, I want to take the guys who I've done my full evaluations on, that I really value and I really like, and they're jumping up and they're taking guys who they see as falling stars, right? I think Miami Dolphins taking Liam Eichenberg is a good fit for them. They need a tackle. They could kick Austin Jackson into guard, or they could play Liam Eichenberg at right tackle and kick Marcus Hunt into guard, which there was a little bit of talk about doing that. I like Eichenberg a lot. I think a lot of the trades tonight are, again, some teams are going to say, listen, we need more picks. We need to get, we need to build up some ammunition as well. I want to hear what the Giants got in those trades. The New York Giants now added a third, a first, and a fourth-round pick. Oh, so they got a third-round pick next year, it sounds like. And next year's draft class is supposed to be much more talent-rich, supposedly. I think that's been a bigger rumor. Just because I don't think necessarily the talent overall in this draft class. So the depth of talent might not be as big, but and again, next year's talent is supposed to be a lot deeper. The Raiders traded the 48th pick and the 121st pick to the Niners for the 43 pick and the 230th pick. I'm wondering who the Raiders are trading up for. Let's see who we got next. Got to come up with something. Liam Eichenberg. I like him, man. I do. I saw somebody say the Bengals are going to take Pat Freiermuth, aren't they? Why aren't the Bengals taking an offensive lineman? How about that move? That would be a smart move. Instead, the Dolphins jump up, take Notre Dame tackle. All I'm seeing is that going on. I just saw a couple of Washington people freak out on the Twitterverse. Let's see. Just keep on keeping on, man. I don't see any more news. Raiders pick is in after their trade up. Let's see. Cleveland native. No, I want to hear more about who the Raiders are taking. Nobody's giving that pick up. Is somebody like are all the phone lines dead? Did nobody tap the phone lines in the Raiders? No, nobody tapped the phone. We can never. That's why we can never predict what the Raiders do. By the way, they take Alex Leatherwood at 17 overall, ahead of Tevin Jenkins and Dylan Radins and Christian Darrisaw and literally like 20 other good offensive linemen to take a guy who's listen. I think he's got a good athletic profile. They'll probably play him at right tackle. He can play guard too. So I don't think Leatherwood was a horrible pick, but it was definitely a bad valuation of picks. It's called Mike Mayocking your draft, everybody. Don't do it. But it's fun because it makes the Raiders totally unpredictable. Nobody saw Damon Arnett last year going that high, and I don't think anybody saw Leatherwood going at 17. So I wonder who the Raiders are taking now. But they always have one good pick, right? It's usually the third round. Raiders always have one good third-round pick. But they traded up. So, and we're in the second round. They didn't have a second-round pick last year, right? They had multiple thirds, though. And maybe this is the year where their second-round pick's actually a good one. They could take Creed Humphrey, right? They just keep building up that offensive line. That would be a smart move on their end. Who else could they take here? I think corner. There's just such a depth at corner that. But like again, it's a weird corner class because I don't. There's still one I like that could still go. That I think. Maybe they traded up to get one of the falling injured guys. I don't know. Where are we at with corner? Who's left on the corner board? Aaron Robinson, Kelvin Joseph. Yo, if they took Kelvin Joseph, that'd be sick. Not in a good way though, because you know he's not going to stay there for very long because Raiders just are not. Kelvin Joseph is going to the Dallas Cowboys. So I just mentioned Kelvin Joseph 30 seconds ago, right? Guy out of Kentucky. Funny because a lot of the guys who follow Dallas loved Calvin Joseph. If you know Vach or if you know JC 1053, they love Kelvin Joseph. So they're going to be very excited about this pick. Kelvin Joseph does have some off the field. When he was in college, there was a little bit of the what's it called? Let's just say they asked him not to come. Well, I think he got suspended when he was at LSU. Then he transferred to Kentucky. Then he decided to opt out at the end of the season, but he really didn't decide to opt out. He wanted to hang around a little bit, and they were like, "Yo, dude, get the heck out of here. We don't want you here no more." Like, we don't want you here no more, but you're kind of half in, half out. We don't want that shit. Move along. Raiders selection is in at pick 43. Who are the Raiders taking? I only know who the Dallas Cowboys are taking. Raiders selection is it's weird. I'm seeing like the next pick on Twitter and the current pick on the TV screen. Raiders select Trayvon Moehrig at TCU. You know what? They finally did something right. The Raiders did something right. They select Trayvon Moehrig at a TCU safety. This was a smart move on their end. Now the thing is, they're switching with Gus Bradley. Gus Bradley runs a lot of single high, but you know. He's a little bit more of the guy of the Seattle tree that's mixed it up a bit over the years. So I don't think this is a bad move for them at all. This is actually a very smart move. Somebody went ahead and stormed Mike Mayock's office, and they made him take a good player. That's unfair. That's not fair to anybody to make them take good players. So, yes, Trayvon Moehrig at a TCU. A lot of people had him as the top safety on the board. He played primarily in a split safety system. I thought he tested pretty solid for his athleticism, 4.50, 40. And apparently he hurt his back that day, so maybe he can run even faster than that. Again, very good, solid safety. 6'2", like 210, 215, 220 kind of size, kind of dude. Very good coverage guy. Very tough. The two TCU safeties were really good. I liked watching them a lot. They were actually, I think, the first two safeties I watched in this draft class were the TCU guys. Let's see who else we got coming up. Who did I get? Let's see. So I still think Dallas taking Kelvin Joseph. I think some people are going to like that pick. Some people are going to freak out about it. Again, the off the field, people are going to be a little bit worried. So with safeties, safeties are kind of starting to fly off the board. Cornerbacks are flying off the board. Offensive line is still staying there pretty well. I'm a little bit more shocked now. We're into round 2, and we're seeing, again, safeties, Richie Grant. I thought this is where the safeties would go, right? Especially like the top safeties. We still haven't seen Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah come off the board yet. I think that's an interesting selection that might start going down at some point. He's kind of a quasi linebacker safety. I'm kind of shocked that we still haven't seen any more coming off the board with, we saw some wide receivers come off the board. It's starting to, I'm really curious about the guys who are falling right now. And why are they falling? And especially Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Is it just the, people are talking about Asante Samuel Jr. and his slide. I just saw somebody say, I think it's going to be a DN for the Bengals. So Raiders took Trayvon Moehrig. Why did Moehrig slide to 43? Source said he injured his back while training. He wore tape on it at a workout. Scouts noticed, then got an MRI, revealed some issues. Clearly affected his stock. So, it was a back injury, everybody. But who knows how deep the back injury goes. Into a back at least. So at least now we understand why he wasn't the first safety off the board. When he tested with the back injury. And apparently he still tested pretty well. But again, back injuries do worry people, especially this year. You're talking about Caleb Farley having 2 surgeries for it. The Dallas Cowboys' first pick was Micah Parsons. Now they're taking Kelvin Joseph. They clearly see the problem being the defense, right? They look at this team and they say, defense was not good this year. We got to fix that. We brought in Dan Quinn. We got him this athletic linebacker who can blitz. Apparently, Dan Quinn's moving towards a more blitz-heavy defense. So, listen, good on them. If they are doing that, getting Kelvin Joseph is a smart move. having, Trevon Diggs can play a little bit more press man coverage. If they're blitzing and they're going to be using Micah Parsons as a rusher, that is a smart move on their end. Where are we at now with the draft tracker? Boop, boop, ba-doo, boop. Ba-na-ba-na, boop, 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 boom. Got 22, 23. Go to the third round. Let's see where we at on here. Jaguars are up on the clock. They took ETN. They took Tyson Campbell. I could see them going safety here. I could see them going offensive line here. Man, wide receiver would be a good spot here. Who? Asante Samuel? No, I wouldn't take Asante Samuel here, right? They just took Tyson Campbell. Oh, who could the... let's see. Drew Pearson. Where are we at? Not sure about this Jags pick. And let's see. Levi Wizariki. Jaguars take a swing here on Walker Little out of Stanford. Oh, they take the athletic Walker Little, who has not played in 2 years. This is an interesting choice. Again, he has some very good tape, but it's kind of worrisome because he hasn't had tape in 2 years. He had an injury that kind of set him out for a year. Then he opted out with COVID. So with the COVID opt-out, it kind of creates a bit of a, I kind of worry about this. I do. But Jaguars, this is the 4th Jaguars pick today, right? Actually, I think the big mistake for the Jaguars is not trying to accumulate more picks for future years. But we also heard a little bit how some teams might be worried about accumulating those. They're not going to be trading away too many of those picks. Although the Giants apparently found people who are willing to trade away next year's picks, so it works for them. Michael Salfino. Let's see what we have here. Walker Little. Dang, that was I think that was an interesting pick on there, and I don't hate the Walker Little pick. Let's see. Here we go, Bossman Flat. Oh my God, Bengals. Oh yay. Here we go. Jackson Carman, offensive lineman of Clemson, to the Bengals. All right. So the Bengals have taken Jamar Chase and Jackson Carman after trading back. That's interesting choices. The first choice was great. I like Jamar Chase. The fact that they traded back enough where they didn't get Tevin Jenkins, they didn't get a bunch. Wow, this is nuts. What's going on with the Bengals? Jackson Carman, fine pick. I think it's an okay spot if they were naturally picking here. I don't know what they got in their trade back, so to be fair, maybe when we look at their trade back later and what they got for all of that, it might end up being that was a solid maneuver on their part. Let's see, pulling back. Got the Chargers next on the clock. They got Slater last night to pick, so let's see what they do here. Could see them going corner, stopping Asante Samuel Jr.'s slide. I could see them going defensive line, but again, like defensive line in this class, I think it's more of a third-round pick in this class, just because when you look at how the board's broken down, it's the top 2 defensive linemen are kind of gone right now with Barmore and Levi Wuzariki. Bengals take Jackson Carman out of Clemson. I mean, listen, at least it's an attempt to fix the offensive line. I think this might have been a little bit of a reach. Again, I would if this was what they planned on doing, I would have probably preferred the guy out of North Dakota State. At least he's got a little bit better of an athletic profile than most, and I think he played pretty well, even though he played in a lesser conference. So, listen, I don't think it was a bad idea, but it's not like Clemson had a great offensive line this year. So, just I'm not a huge fan of that one, but we are starting to see the offensive linemen come off the board, left and right. After seeing Rainin say something about the Texans outside linebacker, I think that's definitely a pick for them. That's a potential spot on the board when the Giants come up. We are with the Chargers, then we got the 49ers, the Cardinals, and the Giants. 49ers have traded back. The Giants were trading back. Everybody's trading back, and it's all teams that don't typically trade back. The Bengals, the Giants, Niners sometimes have, but I just where are we at here, man? I want more information. I want more news, sir. I want news. Get me the news. Give me the news. And let's see, Bossman Fat. Yes, I get it. Every Dallas Cowboys fan who knows who Kelvin Joseph's Twitter handle knows that, yes, he is Bossman Fat. That's his rapper name. That is not a problem I have. Cowboys sourced me what they liked about Kelvin Joseph. Competes hard, great matchup ability. He does have great feet. He could probably match up and stay in the hip pocket of any wide receiver in this draft class, including Devontae Smith. Ability to locate ball in the air and hands to catch. Well, he did get an interception against Mac Jones in the Kentucky-Alabama game, so there is that. I don't know if his hands are always in the right place at the right time and if his brain's always in the right place at the right time. Still, very good corner. I think if there wasn't the off the field, I think more people would be fine with him at this spot. I think a lot of people are kind of neutral towards him at this current spot. Somebody just tweeted, did not see Walker Little going before Davis Mills. Let's see where we're at here. Waiting to see what the next pick's coming in for. I just keep on seeing more stuff with Kelvin Joseph and Jackson Carman. I want to see the next pick. Want more picks. Yeah, everybody's now saying Jackson Carman's a reach. He's coming off disc surgery. So, like, there wasn't already risk with kind of the reachiness of it. He's coming off the back surgery, so that's fun. I have no clue what's going on with Clemson. Chargers are selecting Asante Samuel Jr. out of Florida State. Dear God, man. Very good player. One of my favorites in this draft. I mean, not like the Browns were going to take a corner too, but I was hoping other teams might look at him too. Chargers now get a good outside corner. Listen, I think that was a great pick for them. Chargers had a killer draft. 2 picks, 2 great picks. Dear God. With the Chargers taking Asante Samuel Jr., with defensive backs are left on the board, and then Kelvin Joseph's gone. There's still a Fetu Melifonwu. He can probably go. Dang, I think it's going to start becoming a wide receiver run at some point. I don't see too many corners that are going to be other than a Fetu Melifonwu. There's not too many I would really like. Paulson Adebo, Benjamin St-Juste. Let's see, Trey Brown, but I think he's going to be more of a day 3 pick. I think for some teams. Where we at? Dax Mill, Nico Collins, Tyson Campbell went off. Yeah, Paulson Adebo could possibly see going sooner rather than later. Yeah, Rodarius Williams, Greedy Williams' brother. Let's see what happens with that. Let's see, edge rushers that might still be on the board. Everybody's changing Owe's name to Odafe. Odafe. I like that name. Ronnie Perkins is still on the board. Joseph Osai, Rashad Weaver. Let's see. And Aziz Ojolari's knock on the wood. Carlos Basham. So, where are we at with this? Let's see. And man, the Bengals passed on Penny Sewell to bring in Jackson Carman. You deserve a franchise. So, yeah, that was our boy Marcus Harvey who tweeted that one. 47th pick overall. Chargers select Asante Samuel Jr. I feel like Cincinnati had a lot of good tackle options. They just went with the bad tackle option. That was kind of the dumb thing here. Players that are still on the board, Cosme, J.O.K., Rondell Moore, Pat Freiermuth, Fetu Melifonwu. I don't know, man. It's an interesting draft. Where are the Bengals pick right now? Let's see what's going on here. I see Zach Taylor's already streaming his explanation for taking Zach Carman. That's a good idea. Oh, 49ers are currently on the clock. I'm curious as to who they might take. They take another wide receiver. I think they've got to go. They might go Fetu Melifonwu, right? They're kind of running low on. They're running low on guys at the corner, right? They have Emmanuel Mosley and Hayward, but not Hayward. Verrett, each on $5 million a year deals. One on a 2-year deal, one on a 1-year deal. Let's see. Where are we at now? Yeah, Niners could easily take a wide receiver here. They could take. I'm trying to think what they can go with here. This offensive line run's kind of been weird also. Yeah, Chargers are killing it right now. Rashawn Slater and Asante Samuel Jr., they didn't have to move up for either. Those are some good moves, man. I'm telling you, Chargers had one of the best drafts already. Those 2 picks, I think, were perfect. They're outstanding. And I think that the Chargers are going to have an underrated draft after all of this. And it's just because they waited for the board to fall to them and they let other people screw up. Let's see where we're at on this one. Still haven't seen what's coming in on the 49ers pick. Let's see, go back. Man, Miami's already had 4 picks, man. I'm exhausted of Miami. Javon Holland, Liam Eichenberg. I mean, I feel like they punted a little bit on their second round. They had some really good picks in the first round. Fetu Melifonwu is designed lab for Seahawks corner. Seattle picks at 56. I'm just saying. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Let's see. I'm hoping. I'm actually quaking my booty right now, but you guys can't see because I shoot from the chest up. Can I get some news, man? Can I get some news? I want some news. Y'all got any more of them draft picks? Anybody else got a pick that's in? 49ers are on the clock. And I haven't announced anything yet. Instead, he goes to Staley. Oh, that's right. Brendan Staley gets Asante Samuel Jr., man. That is a good pickup for him. He is a guy who can actually get some real usage out of that. He's going to want some good guys who can cover. Oh, man, that team is so talented now. I mean, they just need another edge rusher opposite Bosa, but even still, they'll get something out of it. They'll get something out of those guys. I think Chargers, they're here to compete. Dear God, just taking best player available every chance they can. Samuel Cosmere and Dylan Radins. Dear God. What are you doing? I want to see. Okay, 49ers pick is in. We're at 48. Let's see. Keep in mind, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah falls to the Steelers. Mike Tomlin knows him very well. He's from Hampton, Virginia, and used to attend youth football camps where Tomlin coached in the summers. If Pittsburgh goes Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah after not taking offensive line the first 2 picks, Ben Roethlisberger might retire next week. I'm just saying. Oh, you guys took a running back and a quasi-safety linebacker when our defense was already really good, really? Oh, my God. Where are we at with this? Barring a trade-up, hard to see the Jets getting a starting caliber corner with the picks they have left. They'll probably go for... I think the Jets will take Benjamin St-Juste at some point if he's still there. Paulson Adebo. Where are we at here? We got a couple of more... Come on, where are you, 49ers? The 49ers, I want to know, what'd you pick, 40? Kyle Shanahan, it's been a while. Why do you make me wait all this time? Right? First we had to wait for Trey Lance to come in. Now we're waiting for whoever the heck you're taking now. Oh, my God. Where are you? I just want to know. funny. I'm watching all the Browns fans on Twitter, and I know exactly who they want currently, and I know who I want currently for the Browns. 49ers selection is in. And at the 48th pick in the NFL Draft, apparently nobody can leak the 49ers picks ever. The selection is Roger Goodell's weird tieless shirt. Guard Aaron Banks. Dude, that's a good one. Listen, I didn't think he was going to go this high, but this is a perfect fit. Big dude, athletic. Another Notre Dame offensive lineman, man. He might have been one of the most underrated guards in this draft class. So, again, 2 Notre Dame offensive linemen off the board in the second round. Guard and tackle. I think it's a good move, man. Aaron Banks is a perfect one for them. They needed better guard play. They need they have Alex Mack. He's fine. He'll play center for 1 year. They probably still need to draft center in this draft class as well because you want to kind of nurture your centers along. I just think it was a good move on their end. Cool. Hey. Let's see where we're at here. Dude, I like Aaron Banks, man. I think that was a very good pick for them. I do think people are going to think he was taken a little high here in the second round, but you know what? You just needed better guards. You needed better pass protection, and their guards were not good last year. Their interior, their offensive line was bad, and that also, not for nothing, Mike McGlinchey didn't look great last year. Get him a guard next to him. It's going to help boost him again, so that way they can kind of see, like, okay, that last year was a misstep. It was we were not expecting there to be this this kind of screw up, if you will. Like it was not a good year for our friend Mike McGlinchey. Cardinals pick is already in. Oh, who are the Cardinals taking, everybody? Can we find that one out? Wouldn't be easy to pass into Fetu Melifonwu. Who are the Cardinals taking? 49ers. Huge guard to protect Jimmy G and eventually Trey Lance. Yes. Listen, I think that was a good pick. I actually kind of like the Trey Lance pick, so that's a good move for them as well. Let's see. Giants will have their shot at a couple of players who had first round grades. Giants and Arizona Cardinals, man. Let's see who else is left. Javonte Williams. What's going on, Cardinals? Why don't I hear more about the Cardinals now? Cardinals were the easiest first pick to mock the last 3 years, it feels like. Let's see. 49 overall. Oh! Cardinals are selecting Rondale Moore. Man, a team that selected Andy Isabella not too long ago at the end of the second round. Now they go ahead and take Rondale Moore. Now they take Rondale Moore, another fast, quick receiver. Is, again, the storyline of all the receivers in this draft class, whether it's Terrence Marshall or Rondale Moore, and Terrence Marshall's probably falling for a lot of reasons, but when you look at Rondale Moore, they had better tape earlier on than they do right now. Again, they have the size receiver in DeAndre Hopkins. I think they probably could have used another size receiver. Like I said, they have not gotten the most out of the other receivers they've drafted. Christian Kirk's been okay for them. They haven't done anything with Andy Isabella. I just think that Andy Isabella is now we get but Rondale Moore is a way better route runner. Like he's now granted the last year or two, you really didn't get to see him do much because he's had injuries, but that's always been a big risk with him is the injury concern. And you didn't see him get to run a lot of routes this year because they just had to minimize the offense. So basically this year it was all, around the line of scrimmage, but he had breakaway play after breakaway play. Let's see. I have the infamous Dave Sazik, who is a very good comedian, messaging me right now, and I'm gonna ask him if he wants to come on for this. Let's see. Go copy the Zoom link. Let's see, rounds 2 and 3. Boom, 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 boom. Let's see. You're all watching me text somebody, and you're like, "What are you texting him?" I'm texting him dick pics, sir, just to get him onto the show. Let's see if this works. Oh, so what's going on? Where are we at now? We are now at the New York Giants pick. Oh, what are the Giants going to do? Are they going to take Joseph Osai? Are they going to take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? Let's see what's going on here. Levon Muzariki's already off the board. Yes, this Cardinals offense is so freaking loaded. Well, yeah, I guess. Where are we going with this? I want to see what the Giants are doing. Let's check to see if anybody's called in yet. Nope, no participants in the group chat. Man, what are you doing here? Just waiting, refreshing. Oh, now the Zoom is popping up on the little feed. That's kind of cool. All right. Just let me know when people are calling. Kyler Murray can finally say there's someone else who looks up to him. That's pretty good. Dear God, Giants, what are you doing? What are you doing? I want to know. Raiders second rounder, Thorpe winner. No, I don't want to know anything about the Raiders anymore. The Raiders have screwed up enough times. Mentioned this a few times that some teams were gun shy on Notre Dame Owusu-Koramoah coming into the draft because of the struggle the Cardinals had in finding a role for Isaiah Simmons. It's fair concern to have on JOK. I mean, now you're in the second round, though, and if you're a team that has versatility, oh, man, the next few teams are going to really like him, I think. I think Carolina could like him, Tennessee, Indianapolis, the Pittsburghs, the Seahawks, the LA Rams, the Kansas City Chiefs, the Cleveland Brownies. There's going to be a lot of teams that are going to like JOK coming up, I think. Let's see who's coming on. Let's see where we're at here. The Giants are up. What are you doing, Giants? What are you doing? I want to know. Tell me. I don't know, man. The Giants, the Giants can do really great things. They could take one of the best players in the draft right now, right? Or they could do what they did last night and take some guy who it's okay, he's athletic. He might be a gadget guy. I don't know if you just took, what's his name? The guy from a few years ago who's just a gadget guy. What's his name? Oh, they could go offensive. Yo, if they took offensive line, that'd be a good idea. Chase Edmonds. Oh, yeah, these trades are flying. Yes, sir. Welcome to the gang. The real Trey. Max Crosby. Let's see. See, sir. Hang on one sec. I gotta respond to this. Currently, I'm just chilling on the live stream, period. Currently, I'm by myself, period. You're welcome to come on, say whatever you want about the draft, what you like about last night, what you like about tomorrow, what you like about next year, period. I'm just going to do talk to text so you guys could be in on all my text messages now. That's just now a feature of the Draftvice live show of day 2. I like the glitter in my eyes that I see on this screen right here. Currently, I'm just chilling on the live stream. Currently, I'm by myself. Might have a couple of more friends drop in. A couple more friends might drop in a little bit. Dropping in a bit. draft last night. I know, but here's the thing: you can't. Okay, Giants selection is in. With the 50th pick in the NFL draft, the Giants are selecting. The Giants selected Azeez Ojulari. God damn it! God damn it, Gettleman! I knew he was going to do something. You jerk, you! I wanted that man for my team. Okay, so good news is, I think that's the top of what I was expecting for the Browns board. Who did I think Hand. Where did I put the stuff over to Hand? I'm sorry I yelled, everybody. I was just so sad. I really did want Azeez on. Let's see. We still have. Let's see. Asante Samuel's gone. JOK's still there. Osai still around. Barmore's gone. EM is gone. Azeez Ojulari is gone. God damn it, man. Whew. I'm thinking, so where are we at now? We got the draft tracker coming on up. It's nice to get a little bit of a warm-up, a little bit of a shakedown, if you will. Where are we at here on the... No, I want round 2, not round 3. What are you doing here, man? Oh, fine. Giants take Azeez Ojulari. Washington football team's pick is in. With the 51st pick in the NFL draft, the Washington football team is taking... Oh, who might they take? They could take Creed Humphrey. I don't know if they would really want to take him. Dear God, Creed Humphrey might be the last guy that's in this. Imagine the Browns end up coming away with a center in this draft at 50-something because that's just like the best player available at 59. Dear God. Let's see where we're at here. Washington's on the board. Pick 51. Pick is in. They could go Dylan Radins here, right? They need a tackle. They could be looking at tackle, guard, center. They took a linebacker last night. Afetu Melifonwu is still on the board, so they can get a big corner. Don't remember them being too much on the big-sized corners in previous years. But it is a possibility. They could probably like that kind of a player. Okay, they're coming up. Washington is coming up, folks. And pick 51, the Washington football team selects round 2 of the NFL draft. What did Ron Rivera tell Marty Herney and company? It's not Marty Herney. Who's the new guy? Samuel Cosme. Dear God. A guy who could have went any time in the last 20 picks goes. Washington's having themselves a day. Washington is getting themselves a very athletic tackle. Who cares about Sadiq Charles? Now they got Samuel L. Cosme, famous star of the Texas football. Again, I think this is a very good move on their part. Very athletic tackle. And I think it's just like they needed this. I can't believe the board's fallen this way for them. There's not the only hole on their team is really now quarterback, and they have Ryan Fitzpatrick and Taylor Heineke. So not for nothing, that ain't a bad combo to have for right now. And I'm so sad that Azeez isn't on the board anymore. Guys, I'm going to go to sleep now. I'm sad. I'm tired. I don't want to know anybody anymore because Azeez Ojulari ain't on the board. Oh, trade. Browns are trading up with the Panthers. They trade the 4th round pick. Oh, so there's somebody who they want, and they're leapfrogging folk. 50 sec. Oh, they're swapping picks. All right, who are the Browns trading up for? Browns are on the clock, 52 overall. Who do the Browns still like on the board? Is it Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? Is it, or is it Terrence Marshall, wide receiver out of LSU? I don't think that's where they're going with this. I think it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. I think they look at that athletic, versatile linebacker safety role, and they say, wow, we could play dime. This is a guy who's like a top 15 coverage guy. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think they just swapped picks. That was actually a smart move on the Browns' part. Oh, my God, who are they going up to get? This was they swapped from the 3rd to the 4th round. Browns are on the clock after trading with Carolina. 7 picks up with, and they swapped. I think it was a weird swap too. Oh my God, need this. This is crazy. If they take Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, ever Browns, yes, the Browns are taking Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Linebacker / safety out of LSU. Super athletic linebacker. Now, folks, this is crazy. This is nuts. Because now nobody can say they need linebacker anymore. This guy was considered a first-round kind of talent. Oh, I like it. Yeah, I like it. Now they only have 1 third-round pick, though, tonight, which is sad. Although they could move back into the 3rd round. Dear God, I think that was such a good move on their part. Browns trade up, get a guy who's probably a first-round talent. Now, they do need defensive line, but still, man, this is just such a good move for them. They get another versatile piece, a guy who they've met, a guy who they've talked to. This is the last, I think, like top 50 pick that they had on their board. JOK and Newsome, man. This is a good, versatile defense. I like it. Cleveland, way to go. Oh, Cleveland trades up. And, they get a nice, versatile linebacker to go along with their... Oh, here we go. We could just do it from this phone. Here we go. I dig it. Dang, man. I'm so excited. That was a smart move. I think the Browns saw it. They had one more high-ranking pick left on their board. I think the Browns saw it. They had one more high-ranking pick left on their board, and they jumped up and they took Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, JOK, joining up with Greg Newsome to help boost this defense. Owusu-Koramoah, sir. Dang. That was good. I'm excited. We can all go to bed. That was a good move. I like it. Browns move on up. I think it was just a pick swap too. That was a good move. Hello. I don't think you're on camera. Let me check. Bring that back up. No, you're not on camera. You're good. My lady just came in, folks. So she's walking to the background now. Taking down lights, moving through camera equipment. It's like a train wreck in here. No, it's fine. Don't trip. That's all I'm saying. Don't die. But she's a very sweet woman. She came last night to the live show. By the way, if you didn't check the live show, go check the live show. It was a fun night. We had 5 stand-up comedians or sit-down comedians. Very brilliant people, very sweet people. And again, go to the spot. The spot up in Nanuet, New York. It's a very delicious place. Very good billiards hall. Yes, the Browns selection is in. I understand. And with that pick, the Browns took Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah out of Notre Dame. I love it. We did it. Congratulations. Man, I just think now what's the next move that they do? That's really the question. Here we go. Oh, where are we on this? The Browns selection is in. He's not a linebacker. That's all I'm seeing right now is he's not a linebacker. Yeah, linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. He's not a linebacker. Everybody's just being weird about everything. We don't. Oh, this is good. That was a smart move. Man, the Browns have a versatile defense now with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, with John Johnson III, with Ronnie Harrison and Grant Delpit. And now they drafted Greg Newsome last night. They have Greedy Williams. They have Denzel Ward. That coverage unit is going to be sick. They still have Myles Garrett. They just signed Jadeveon Clowney and Tack McKinley. So they have a nice unit there. I can think that the next couple of picks are probably wide receiver and defensive lineman. I think Anthony Schwartz is probably on the table. Alim McNeil. The last one of if you look, it was the last one. It was I guess the star player. Guess they went JOK. All right. Let's see what's going to go on. Browns are having themselves a draft, is what everybody's saying. Let's see what's going on. Titans are on the clock. Where are we at here? Live stream. I have no more viewers. Everybody gave up on me. I'm sorry, folks. I'm such an idiot. I'm sad now. I literally lost the last friend I had. All right. Browns are a freaking problem with this new regime. Now I'm just talking to myself, all by myself. Let's see. Don't look at the live stream. Don't look at the comments. Don't look at the... Let's see. The Titans are on the clock. What way could the Titans go? Last night they went corner. They can go offensive line. Dylan Raduns is still on the board. Creed Humphrey would be an interesting... Dude, I can't believe Creed Humphrey's still on the board, man. Colts. Colts are on the clock. Titans are in. What's going on with the Titans? I think everybody's tightening it up. That's what's happening. Nobody wants to tell me what they're doing. I'm seeing people lose their minds. Let's see. I honestly cannot believe... Can't argue with the value. Let's see what's going on now. Titans are selecting Dylan Raduns out of North Dakota State. So a guy who I expected to go maybe a little bit sooner than this, given his athletic profile. Good, very athletic, technically, not super technically refined tackle. Didn't play against the best competition, but still very good. Good spot where I think he should be going. So, again, very good situation for them. Let's see where we're at now. I am now at... Let's see where we're here. Dylan Raduns, I like that pick for the Titans, everybody. I do. They could have definitely... Terrence Marshall was another option here. I can't believe Terrence Marshall's still on the board. I think teams did not like his opt-out. I don't think he is a guy who people were plugging into the first round. But, again, the injury concern with the knee and the opt-out mid-season before they played the Bama team, I just think so many teams were very much worried about that. So I think he'll end up going in the third round. I think he's still got talent. I think some teams are just a little bit nervous. He was the third guy on the depth chart for LSU. Sorry, I kind of had a moment there. Let's see. You guys could all come in. Let's see. Titans are now take Raduns. So that means the Colts are on the clock. Colts are probably pissed that Raduns went because that was probably a guy they were looking at. As well as Samuel Cosmi went. Who were the last guys left that they could probably take? Well, let's go through that right now. Let's see. Actually, what edge rushers are left? Let's see. Carlos Basham and Ronnie Perkins are still on the board. That's interesting. Osai is still on the board. Kind of had a figure that Osai wasn't going there. Dang, there's a lot of edge rushers that are going to be kind of going off in this range, I'm thinking. They might have just ignored edge rusher this year. They might go D-tackle next round. Let's see what the... let's see. Tackles. Tackle. Schlater, Dersa, Little, Jenkins, Cosmi, Leatherwood. Ooh, maybe it's Brady Christensen the Colts take. They don't mind the age thing. I could see Stone Forsythe here. Brady Christensen. Those would be interesting picks for them. Again, they tend to not care as much about the age problem for players in the draft, so I could definitely see that being a potential thing. Yeah, you can just Sorry, folks. I have a ghost off screen, so that was all I had to deal with. The ghost. She came in, started haunting me. It was It was just nightmares of my past, of times where I used to, think I knew things. I now know nothing. So that's why I do this. What are the Colts gonna do? We got time. The pick's in. I'm waiting. Why, dude? Twitter's pick drops have been very slow tonight. The Bears, the Chargers, the Browns, and Titans drafts have been so far very impressive, says Simpson. My name is Jessica Simpson. Oh, yeah. Man, I gotta be a trade back at this point. Yeah, man, I'm mad. I think the second the Giants took Azeez Ojulari and JOK was in catching distance, Browns saw they had one of their last high-ranking players left, so that's why they jumped up on him. Let's see. Let's go back to the profile here. Jamison Crowder. Man, Carlos Basham's still on the board. See, this is the thing. I don't know. See, I like Basham. I wonder how far Basham's going to fall. Because quite honestly, I thought he had very good tape. And at 285 pounds, I thought he was a guy that the Jets would target. Curious as to where he's going to end up going. Who else? I thought Ronnie Perkins was going to fall because he's kind of got a size-weight issue kind of going on for him. So I felt like teams are not going to be over-eager to jump on him. I guess Jackson Carman wasn't the worst pick in the world. I still don't know. I thought that was a little early for Jackson Carman. What are you doing, the Colts? Why are you doing this? Why are you not just come on? Let's see what's going to happen here. Let's see. I'm liking what Washington's done. I mean, I guess some people might not like the Jamin Davis pick, but honestly, between Samuel Cosme and Jamin Davis, I think that's a good combination of players. And if you had swapped them, then you wouldn't have a problem with the value. I just want to see the details of the Browns trade. What did they do again? Browns made a trade with the Carolina Panthers, moving up 7 spots, and Browns gave up the 89th pick in the 3rd round and the 59th pick in the 2nd round, and so they moved back about 24 picks from the 3rd to the 4th to get up 7 spots in the 2nd. So still a lot of good players in that range as well. Same number of picks. They now have 3 4th-rounders and 1 3rd. So if they see a guy they like falling, they might package a couple of those 4th-rounders to move up. Okay, the Colts selection's on the board. Who are they taking? Can we finally find out? I feel like I've been talking about the something here with them. Dayo Odeyingbo out of Vanderbilt. So wait a second. Did the Colts just go defensive end 2 times in a row? Yeah, they got Kwity Paye last night. Now they got defensive end Dayo Odeyingbo out of Vanderbilt towards Achilles. Very solid tape, though. And again, if you're looking for that true 4-3 DN, he's definitely got a good fit for it. I'm just, I'm shocked that he got taken this high with a torn Achilles. But I thought he was probably going to go in the 3rd round. But, hey, you know what? Good on them. I'm still, kind of questioning, where some of these guys are going to. There's a lot of guys who are falling, who are higher, at least to me, potentially higher picks. Is Joseph Osai still on the board, right? I believe so. Unless I wasn't paying attention. No, I've been paying attention. I've been here the whole time. So, no, Joseph Osai is still here. Dear God. I mean, if Joseph Osai is available for a team in the 3rd round, I think that could be a very good pick. Steelers pick is in. And at pick 55, who are the Steelers going to be picking? Well, offensive line would be a good idea, but they kind of they waited on that, and that was a desperate need for them. And then instead they went running back. So listen, as long as they keep screwing up their draft, I'll be happy. Just knock on wood. They could also take wide receiver because they do that every other year, and they end up always taking one that ends up playing really well. You could see them maybe taking Kellen Mond here or Davis Mills, Stanford quarterback. Two very different types of quarterbacks, so I'm not saying that they're bad picks either way. But even still, Pittsburgh, I think it's got to be offensive line. Wyatt Davis, let me guess. Wyatt Davis or Creed Humphrey. Oh, Creed Humphrey would be a perfect pick for them. Don't do it. Don't be Creed Humphrey. Oh, is it Creed Humphrey? Let me check. Are we going to find out? Is it being tweeted? Am I going to find out? Am I going to have to wait till the ticker comes across? And let's see. Ian Rappaport reporting, Adeyingbo has a torn Achilles. Yeah, we all knew that. He might not play until 2022. I know the Colts are kind of being weird here. They apparently don't believe in left tackle, which is a weird thing to do. I don't know what this guy is saying. Why does it look like Pat Freiermuth for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Okay, so they took a tight end. All right, this is an interesting one. Listen, of the tight ends that were available, I think a lot of people had Freiermuth as their second tight end. I kind of always felt like the tight ends after Kyle Pitts where you take, there's probably 3-day 2 tight ends, and you want to take it was kind of like the similar thing with running back, right? You want the last really good running back if you need a running back. It's kind of the same thing with tight end. You want the last really good high upside tight end if you're taking a tight end. But this is not a bad spot to take Freiermuth. I think a lot of people had Freiermuth as a top 50 guy. I don't technically have a big board because I don't have a team that I guess I could have made one for the Browns, but to me it doesn't make sense because I don't have a scheme, right? Like if I had a scheme, that would make sense. But how do you value guys how do I value Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, a guy who a lot of people valued in the top 15? If I don't have a team and I don't have an idea of how to utilize that in my scheme. And again, I'm very happy the Browns got him. Very happy the Browns picked so far, to be honest. Very happy with the Giants' maneuvers down. I'm not necessarily happy with how the Giants have handled their picks. Oh, wait, they took Azeez Ojulari. I'm very happy about that for the Giants. Way to go, Giants. Way to go. You guys actually did something very well this year. You got Azeez Ojulari. I was shocked because, there was a lot of talk that Dave Gettleman doesn't like guys who have injury concerns. So, let's see. I'm just looking through, make sure who else might want to pop on. You know what? I'm just so Kwity Paye, Dayo Odeyingbo. Chris Ballard is doing weird things. At what point he's going to decide he needs offensive linemen, though, right? That's definitely a thing. Unless they're just going to sign Russell Okung in free agency and they were just waiting the whole time. And Alejandro Villanueva is still a free agent. There was somebody else who was a free agent that basically anybody who was talking to the Ravens, just go talk to them and be like, yo, we'll pay you $1 million more. We can afford it. We have money. And then they'll be like, oh, you have money and $1 million more. All right, we'll go 1 million, 2 million, 2 million, 3 million, 3 million, go. All right, good. Bidding war for Russell Okung Matata. All right, Seattle. Oh, my God, Seattle's on the clock. I haven't said the word Seattle in so long. I thought they were going to be the Jalen Phillips team. If Jalen Phillips fell the second round, they would jump on it. I'm shocked. Seattle's probably the team that's going to trade down, I'm thinking. Right? That's always been. I say that. The teams that have typically traded down did not trade down this year. This year, it's been mainly the teams that don't typically trade down, trading down, right? The Bengals, the Panthers traded down a little bit. Who else traded down? Vikings do trade down quite a bit. But the Giants, that was a big shocker. Yeah, we were all expecting the Giants to do all those trade downs when they showed up. Seattle. Offensive line would be a good one here. They could take Creed Humphrey. Defensive tackle, but there's not really one I really like here right now. I can hear my niece crying right now. It's very sad. She's at that age that she doesn't care who I am. She's just a couple of weeks old. A whole month. So, it's not like I can go up there and just make faces and make her feel better. I could do that with my nephew at this stage. I'm now watching a Honda hatchback commercial. Don't buy the Honda hatchback, not because I didn't tell you or did tell you, just I don't want this to be considered any kind of, or buy whatever you want. Just buy whatever car you want. Don't listen to me. I am not. I don't think anybody should listen to people, me especially, about cars. Oh my God, where are we at now? I want to see who's the next player off the board. Listen, I don't mind Freiermuth. Like I said, I just don't. I didn't see it with Freiermuth. Like, and again, Freiermuth also didn't test, so I'm even more worried about that. I think he was he an opt out for this year? I don't know if he was an opt out. I have to check my notes on that one. I can't. My notes are a freaking mess. I got tight. I have to go through my Word documents. I have them separated into positions. And if you don't know me, you haven't seen anything I've ever written down on paper, you go, oh, he's got bad handwriting. Yeah, I do that on notes too. Somehow I type things and it's still a mess. So Seattle Seahawks pick is in. What do I think it could be? I'm thinking either interior, crocodile, alligator, or offensive line. Wide receiver might be maybe the undercard here. Maybe people don't realize. I think it's whatever position they think they don't need. They do need the least, right? And then they'll just take that because that's what the Seattle Seahawks do. They'll surprise you. They'll take a falling talent like DK Metcalf one year, and then they'll take Jordan Brooks early. And they'll take him in the first round. So here we are. And listen, Pete Carroll can get away with it. They can get away with it in Seattle because they make the playoffs pretty consistently in Seattle. Partially because you have that guy who just keeps on winning games for you, named Russell Wilson. So round 2, pick 56. Could they take a defensive player? There's Jamar Johnson still on the board. Not the most athletic safety in the class, but still it would be an interesting pick here. Where are we with this? The pick is in. Russell Wilson. I get it. Where are we going with this? Can we get some news? Twitter, tell me the news. Not politics, the news. I want the news. Ah, God damn it. Steelers O-line is a big yeah. They just picked a tight end over Creed Humphrey. They could have had a center. Marquise Pouncey just retired. At some point in this draft, there's going to be a point where we just look at this and go, okay, pick is in, 56 overall. Seahawks are selecting Dwayne Eskridge. Oh, my God. I actually don't mind this pick at all, man. They're just going wheels, man. They just like wheels. They want speed. They got Tyler Lockett. They got DK Metcalf. Now they got Dwayne Eskridge. Now, Dwayne Eskridge is 24 going on 52. But I think this is not a bad pick. I do think Russell Wilson's going to start calling for trades again because he's going to get murdered. Dude, you guys had Creed Humphrey on the board. You guys have receivers. I get it. You now can run 4 wide. Listen, I like Dwayne Eskridge a lot. I think they could definitely utilize his speed and agility. He showed out really well at the Senior Bowl. I actually think he can play on the outside. I know everybody's been calling him a slot receiver. I think it's a little underrated. Like, again, he's 5'9", so people are going to look at his size and be like, oh, he can't handle the outside. But he's fast enough where players are going to play off him. They're not going to get beat by him. So he's got 4.3 wheels. He's not going to play split end. You have DK Metcalf. And you have Tyler Lockett. You don't even need to worry about. You have 3 guys now who can run deep down the field. You now have basically you are pulling all of the safeties away. You're pulling everybody away because you got to make sure those guys don't beat you deep. You could basically run 4 verts all the time. That is the new Seattle Seahawks offense is 4 verts, the crazy verts. So I don't mind it. There was a lot of talk about Dwayne Eskridge being a top 50 pick this year. I thought that was a little rich. I personally thought he'd maybe go in the 3rd round, so this is maybe a little earlier than I expected. But listen, I like the player. I thought I liked what he did at the Senior Bowl. I like the speed he had. I like the games that he had. I liked especially the CMU game, Central Michigan game. I thought that was very good. So and again, that showed a little bit of him dealing with press coverage. So I do think he can do it. Now, those guys aren't it's level of competition at some points, but still, like, you saw at least him dealing with the technique. So I dig it. I dig the dude. I dig the player. If he was 3 years younger, I think we'd be all talking about it a lot heavier of being like, hey, this guy's good. And as some people who I follow say, hey, listen, let the other teams take the olds. There's some older players that are really good. I think the LA Rams wanted Dwayne Eskridge. There was a little bit of rumors about that before going into this draft. So listen, I think that's a totally fine pick. It's not what I would have done if I was the Seattle Seahawks, but listen, Pete Carroll ain't calling me anytime soon. So, but Petey, if you want, you can always give me the call. I'll be there for you. I'll be there for you. Gotta make sure I don't sing too much, right? Can't be breaking no copyright. Just gotta make sure it's ambiguously sung. Where are we? Nobody wants to hang out with me. This is so sad. Nobody wanted to come into my Zoom chat. This is, it's very. Could have had people backed out on it. They're like, I can't carry a show by myself. You're not on your own. Be here together. LA Rams are on the clock, right? Again, two teams back-to-back picks who had no first-round picks. I could definitely see LA Rams trading out of this, but we're now down to a minute left, so if they are trading out, I'd be really shocked at this point. Usually you get the trade-out call relatively quickly, like it's already pre-negotiated. With the LA Rams, what they could do here, they could definitely go corner. I think they could go Fetu Melifonwu, Asante Samuel. They go safety. Who did I have him take the last time I did a draft with them? I'm trying to remember. I didn't have. I know I did a draft with the LA Rams. They kind of could use linebacker, I guess. Edge rusher, I guess they could take Ronnie Perkins still. Who else do I like on that? I could open up my docs. Let's see. Who else did I like? What other positions? Let's go to my documents for Draftvice. Let's go to let's see. DBs. Did I have any DBs left that I really like? Stokes, Paulson, Debo. Debo would be an interesting one. Tay Gowan, St. Just, Aaron Robinson. You know, they just lost Troy Hill. I think they would take those guys a little bit later. I thought they would maybe take the swing on Kelvin Joseph. Ifeatu Melifonwu, one of my favorite guys. Okay, so LA Rams are picking at this pick. I thought they would trade down certain points. Where's the safeties I have left on here? Stokes went last night. Javon Holland already. Trevon Morig, Richie Grant went. Andre Sisco's still on the board. Jamar Johnson's still on the board. Jamar Johnson would be an interesting pick for them. They can kind of use a new safety in that room. They just lost John Johnson III. They have Hamza Nazaruddin still on the board. Elijah Molden, Devon Diablo, or Darius Washington. A lot of those guys I think are going to go third, fourth round. I don't think they're going to go very high, especially Andre Sisco, who tore his ACL. Oh, I'd be entertained if the Browns took Andre Sisco, because then they just have the craziest, most athletic defense ever. They just went speed all around. This is starting to become a very Brown-centric podcast, but let's be real here. We all see the hat I'm wearing. We know why listen, I'll talk Giants too, and Giants, I think, have had a very good day too. They have first and third round picks next year, and I think fourth and fifth. They had a lot of picks next year, so Gettleman's changing his ways. It might have been at gunpoint, like somebody else I think hacked the room and made him do it. So let's go wide receivers. Who else did I have on my my edge rushers? Open a new tab. It's going to be all tabs. Interior D tackle. Let's see. Marlon Tuipulotu, Tyler Shelvin, Levi Muzuriki, Bobby Brown. Oh, this isn't even the right D tackle folder either. That's the dumb thing. Edge rushers, right? Guys who are still left on the board. Joseph Osai and Carlos Basham are still on the board. I'm a little shocked, right? I'm a little shocked that those guys are still left. The selection's Tutu Atwell? What? The LA Rams are selecting Tutu Atwell? Wait, what? He's 144 pounds. Dear God, like, he's quick, he's fast, he runs at 4.4, but 4.4 at 144 pounds is not a lot. That's not like a good spark score. It doesn't matter. Fast is still fast. But, like, I'm nervous about that. I don't know if that was necessarily a smart move on their part. I thought they were, but again, I think maybe they got nervous. They didn't get Dwayne Eskridge. I think that was definitely a part of what they wanted to do. Oh my God. Tutu Atwell to the LA Rams to go along with Van Jefferson and Cooper Kupp and Robert Woods. I mean, this is kind of an interesting one. I'm the Louisville wide receiver, Tutu Atwell, tiny dude. Was he 5'7" or was he 5? He was not one of the taller guys. I'll give you that. How about that? Let's see. My God. Where are we going? What? Roasting is my girlfriend should be on this show right now because honestly, she's got better quips than I do. I should just give you a microphone at a certain point. You can just sit right off screen. She's saying, I feel like we're on Tinder. You're just roasting this guy for his height. Yo, we are so getting you. I have a microphone. Yo, get a microphone out of the bag. You're getting a microphone today. Yes. Yeah. Why? You don't have to be on camera. You can sit right there in a little brown chair and hang out on your phone. We were gonna do this, right? We were listen. Outside of doing Draftvice, we were gonna come up with a fantasy titball podcast, right? And listen, it's a better show. It's a way better show because she came up with it, so it's always better because she's just better than me. She's the funniest person I know. She's the greatest person I know. It's why I still hang out with her. She's also the prettiest person I know. I really lucked out. She also is into women. I'm into women. It's a great combination. It's just like we go together like cranberries and applesauce. And Kansas City Chiefs have a pick in. This is amazing. The Chiefs are on the clock. This is, I guess, the Ravens' old pick, right? Did they trade back at a certain point? Because didn't they have the... Oh, no, wait. The Browns traded up. That's why I was confused where the Chiefs were picking. Yeah, the Chiefs' pick is in. This is the old Ravens pick. What could the Chiefs be taking? Do I have the Twitterverse on? I'm wondering, man. Twitter's got to be going crazy about the last couple of picks between Pat Freiermuth, Wayne Eskridge, and Tutu Atwell. So now the big thing is that unless the Seahawks trade up, we're done for the night already. Yep, Seahawks took one player today, and it's Dwayne Eskridge, which is not a bad move. I actually like Dwayne Eskridge, but still, waiting for Matt Mosley to tweet Kelvin Joseph was ahead of J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain on the Cowboys draft board. I mean, listen, I actually knew people who had him ahead of certain high-ranking corners. Let's see. Washington football team source told me on why they love Samuel Cosme via text. This is Josina Anderson. Good feet, strong hands, and hand placement. Has very good play strength. Terrific work ethic. Has position flex. Can play guard as well. And there were a lot of commas and periods in here. Also, I don't know if Josina Anderson has a British accent, but I think... Oh, Nick Bolton is going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Very good linebacker, though not super athletic. I think he has enough athleticism. This is 2 years in a row where the Chiefs have taken linebackers late in the second, I believe. And it's kind of an interesting one because the last year they took a very athletic linebacker. They still have Anthony Hitchens on the roster. I think this is the eventual replacement for Anthony Hitchens. They took, I believe it was Willie Gay last year. I can't remember if it was Willie Gay. Yeah, I think it was Willie Gay they took last year. I just like saying Willie Gay. Sounds like I'm questioning somebody's sexuality. Willie Gay? Yeah, he's very Willie Gay, actually. Nick Bolton's on the off to the Kansas City Chiefs. Now we're on to the Carolina Panthers who keep on trading down and accruing picks and swapping picks and looking for some perceived value here. What is their plan here exactly? They were just looking to get a bunch of third-rounders tonight, I guess. Dang. Where are we here on the... Now I'm back to 0. God damn it, I lost you again. It's a Friday night. What'd you expect us to do? Just listen to you the whole damn night? You know, we got things to do. We could also just watch the draft on our TV, and you can, you're not even streaming it behind you or anything. Now we're all Southern. That's it. I just made fun of... you're all Southern folk. It's fine. I understand. Where are we right now? Live DJ on at the Spot tonight. If you are in Nanuet, New York, go check out the Spot. Once again, plug in the place that let me do the craziness of last night. They are very sweet people, very nice people. PFF's board had some very good. Let's see where we're at here. On the Twitterverse, see if the Panthers pick came in. It's being tipped. How do you stop Lamar Jackson as a runner? With Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa. That's an interesting one. If the Rams win the Super Bowl and go to Disney World, Tutu Atwell won't even be able to ride all the rides. Yo, everybody's just roasting Tutu tonight. Also, his name is Tutu. He's got a very rough life. Back 24 spots from, yeah, man. Those good moves. Aaron Banks. I actually really like the Aaron Banks pick. I thought that was very smart. Let's see where we're at here. Tutu Atwell. My name is Tutu Atwell. Former Browns wide receiver from Baylor. Eskridge to Seattle's an awesome fit. Let's see. Where are we at now? With Nick Bolton gone. We're now at the Carolina Panthers. Who's a super athlete that's still on the board? Let's check. So it was Willie Gay Jr. that they took last year. Good. I was pretty sure I was right. It's the fact that the Vikings duo. Yep. Here we go. Melifine would be a fine pick for the Bills coming up. Bills are coming up. That's right. Yeah. Wait a second. We got this. We're now down to the Panthers. We're down to this Panthers pick is in. The Saints are on the clock. Then we got the Bills, the Packers, the Chiefs, and the Bucks. Woo! It's a fun night. Panthers pick is in. Waiting for the pick to get tipped. Let's see. People asking about Raidens. People asking Raidens about Isaiah Wilson's kind of rude. With 59th pick overall in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Panthers are selecting wide receiver Terrence Marshall out of LSU. Whoa, that is really good fit. You know why? Offensive coordinator. I think I had this in a draft recently. I think it's been a lot of them because I've done a lot of mock drafts over the last month and a half. And one of the full mock drafts I did, I had Terrence Marshall falling to the second round, and the Panthers taking him higher. But here you go, a guy who fell because of the injury concerns. Now goes to the guy who is his offensive coordinator, offensive quality control coach in college, is the passing game coordinator, the guy who's calling the plays. Now he goes to the Panthers to reunite. Now he gets Sam Darnold, and now you have. But listen, there's a question here. I'm pretty sure the Panthers also could definitely use Elijah Moore as a Jet. Thank you, Harry. I caught on to that very long. I think Harry just woke up. Let me just say so. Harry is very happy. I know I gave you a shout out on the live stream. I knew you would be very happy, exclamation point. Elijah Moore is your boy. Period. Congratulations, exclamation point. I gave you a shout out on tonight's live stream for the pick. I like it. I like it a lot. I like Terrence Marshall to the Panthers because if anybody knows anything about Terrence Marshall, it's the guy who used to coach him. So I think that's a very good situation. Josina Anderson on Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Brown source told me what they liked about Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Outstanding athletic ability and versatility. Great coverage skills, blitzability, and range. Going to help us be more unpredictable. Can't believe he was available that late. We stole one. They did. Oh, and by the way, Harry is buying Elijah Moore's jersey right now. He's actually just ripping Elijah Moore off the back of his Jamal Adams jersey and just stitching in Elijah Moore right now. I think, listen, the Terrence Marshall pick was a very good move. Like I said, not a great run blocker, had the knee issues. But listen, he really did have a good year at LSU in 2019, right? So, again, somebody who might know how to use him is the guy who was there with him in 2019. Very good pick for the Carolina Panthers. They also accrued a few picks by doing these move backs, trying to recoup some of the value for the Sam Darnold trade. I think it was a very smart idea on their end. I'm not quite sure, I'm not quite sure I've been a huge fan of their whole draft. But again, J.C. Horn and Terrence Marshall, I think, were very good players. So they seem to keep going in this. I kind of like where they're building this team. I really do, actually. I think I very much like it. They're going to give Sam Darnold all the chance to succeed, minus having an offensive lineman. We really are going to go into this off season with a competition of Greg Little and Cam Irving for left tackle. God have mercy on Sam Darnold's soul. Listen, they still have opportunities to take guys. In fact, let's check. I think they have quite a few third-rounders tonight. So Panthers now have let me see. Panthers have the 89th pick, the 83rd pick, at the 73rd pick. Yeah, they are going to be using some of these very soon. I think if Creed Humphrey falls to them, they'll be happy to grab him. He could absolutely keep going. This is nuts. I'm gonna lose my mind if Creed Humphrey makes it like all the way to the back end of the third round. Also, Wyatt Davis is still on the board. There's still a lot of good offensive linemen here. I just thought tackle would be a very good thing for them. Now Dylan Radins is gone. They might take some shots on some other guys. Let's see. Brady Christensen's still on the board. Let's see who else. I don't see too many other ones that I really like. Stone Forsythe, too. So he could actually be another good one for them. Brady Christensen, Stone Forsythe, I think they might look at one of those guys. They seem to be one of those teams that might value age for their wide receivers. So just keep that in mind. The Saints are on the clock. The pick is in. Let's see if that pick's been tipped on the Twitterverse yet. Let's see. DJ Moore, Terrence Marshall, Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, that's some offense. Now they need offensive line. I'm still shaking. Yeah, okay. The problem is I have too many of like 3 types of fan bases on my Twitter feed right now. And so I'm trying to find this Saints fan is an electric. New Orleans Saints draft another linebacker. This time it's Pete Werner, 60th overall, Ohio State linebacker. Not bad. There's still quite a few linebackers that are on the board, too. It's weird because the linebackers went really quick in the day one of the draft, right? Yeah, Jamin Davis, Zaven Collins, Micah Parsons. And now you have like guys like Baron Browning who hasn't gotten picked yet. Pete Werner just went off the board. Depends on what you think on what Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah even is. So, listen, lots of guys are coming off the board. In fact, it'd be interesting if the Browns took Baron Browning after, getting a versatile defensive chess piece. Baron Browning was actually a very good rusher when he did rush off the edge. So, maybe a guy who they might be looking at maybe in the 3rd round, 4th round area if he keeps falling. These Ohio State linebackers were actually pretty decent players, pretty decent athletes. Let's see who else is left. JOK. Yes, I keep seeing the JOK stuff. Getting a little tight at wide receiver if the Lions are looking for a guy who could step in right in and produce. Maybe the Lions trade up here. Let's see. So Buffalo Bills are on the clock. Who might the Buffalo Bills take? They took Gregory Rousseau last night. Fetu Melifonwu was still on the board. Man, to get a giant, long, athletic corner to go along with your giant, long, athletic D-end, I think that would be a perfect marriage that offenses would be screaming hell against. Let's see. I don't see any new comments on that one. We'll go back through the Twitter feed. Dang, man. I'm wondering what Buffalo could do here because they could also go linebacker. They've gone linebacker quite a few times before. Defensive tackle is a possibility on their board. Safety, there's Jamar Johnson. Maybe you're getting ready to move on from Micah Hyde in a couple of years. You want to start rotating guys in there or play a big nickel. Some 3 safety packages, which they've already started doing. Let's see. Pete Werner went off at 60. That's interesting. It's interesting that the last 2 – so the Saints went Peyton Turner last night, which a lot of people kind of felt was a little bit of a reach. But not – the reason why Peyton Turner went there is they probably felt good about his health. He didn't opt out. He was a solid producer, solid athlete. And the only thing I really had a question with him was core strength. So to be honest, I thought he was a very good player. I'm trying to think of maybe if there's is there another reason why people don't like him or I'm trying to think here. I don't know. I liked him. I do agree that maybe he wasn't a 1st round talent, but when you're getting to that stage, maybe you're looking more for safety and just trying to make sure you get a good player. He's played anywhere from 270 to 290. Now they get Pete Werner. Maybe he's going to be their off the ball linebacker. They did lose Alex Anzalone. to free agency. He went up to the Lions to go join Dan Campbell. So again, I think that's a good one to think about. So I don't know. I think they're trying to boost up the defense. I thought they were going to corner earlier in this draft at some point because again, like who's playing opposite of Marshawn Lattimore? I know they tagged Williams. So where are we at here on the Twitterverse? Did we get an answer as to who's coming up after the Saints? Where are you? Where are you? Bills are selecting Carlos Basham? Huh. Clearly, wow, that's an interesting one. So they just went value pick here. They went Carlos Basham after drafting Gregory Rousseau. So we have two teams that went edge rusher back to back in this draft. That's an interesting one. I did not see that one coming, right? You have two teams that did this with the Bills and the Colts. Both went edge rusher back-to-back. Bills are taking Carlos Basham, a guy who's falling, who I said, again, earlier on, I said he was, maybe an early second-round talent, now falling to the late second round. It was funny because when I first started watching Gregory Rousseau and Carlos Basham, I did say they kind of reminded me of each other. Like Carlos Basham's the future version of Gregory Rousseau in how they play. And I think to get both these guys long, big defensive ends, Carlos Basham plays 279, 284. Jerry Hughes is getting up there in age. Clearly, the defensive line is a concern for them. They've been having issues rushing the passer. That seems like it was a big issue, and they decided to address it here. So the pick is in. Buffalo goes ahead and takes Carlos Basham. Listen, that was a good move for them. This late in the draft, he's 24 years old. He's a little bit older prospect. 23, he's going to be 24. So again, older prospect, but I think it's a good pick for them to get two edge rushers in this draft class. Where I thought that was one of those things that I was looking at some teams going like, "Oh, are they going to take this guy? Are they going to take this guy? Is this a falling value?" Again, I thought that Carlos Basham was a falling value for them. So good on them. Where are we with, let's see, the Twitterverse. Who's next up on the clock? Green Bay Packers. Man, that's I like that. I like the Bills' picks so far. The corner, I thought corner was a need for them, but again, Boogie Basham, not bad. Not bad at all. And he had 11 sacks his last full season in 2019, had 5 sacks in his 7-game season in 2020. Let's see what happens here with the Packers. Let's see. I'm looking for if there's any news on the Packers pick. Are there wide receivers that could be on the board that they might take? Who do I have left on my wide receiver rankings? Do I have my wide receivers up? I don't know if I clicked them. Where are my wide receiver notes? Here we go. Brownies. Here we go. 2021 wide receivers. Is it the notes? Nope, this is not the notes. Oh, come on. Oh, nope, wide receivers. Come on. Here we go. 2021 wide receivers. Josh Palmer is still on the board. I think he might go a little bit earlier than people thought. Diami Brown, outside, lined up a lot on the outside. Watched several games of him. Watched him actually against Efetu Melifonwu. Oh, Green Bay's pick is in. Is it going to be a wide receiver? They actually, because they don't even have a wide receiver on the roster past next year. So, maybe finally get a wide receiver for your star quarterback. Amon-Ra St. Brown is still on the board. Okay, Packers here. The selection is in at the 62nd pick of the NFL draft. Oh, Green Bay drafts Josh Myers, center. Dear God, that's an interesting one. Huh. I mean, I knew they kind of needed a center. I guess this means they're moving the other center, the center that they drafted a couple years ago, to right tackle. So now they can move this center over to guard. Because actually, Green Bay. Here we go. Here we go. Packers depth chart. Who was it again? I'm getting Eggleton Jenkins. God damn it, I'm gonna have a stroke saying his name. Yeah, he was actually very good when they played him at tackle. So if he's good at playing tackle, play him at tackle. Find another guard or center. So they get Josh Myers out of Ohio State to be their new center, and Eggleton Jenkins, you're not going to be playing center no more. You're going to be playing guard or even tackle. So good move, man. I think that was a smart move on their end. I did think interior offensive line was a big deal for them. They could absolutely go wide receiver with a bunch of their other picks that they have left. That's how they've tend to address positions of need and desperation. Is they'll go ahead and spend the first 2 picks on a bunch of guys, and then they'll go ahead and draft a bunch of like late round dudes. This might be why Aaron Rodgers is a little annoyed because he's like, "Yo, I want wide receivers," and they're like, "Yo, Aaron, relax, man. We got this." And then they take a center and a corner, and he's like, "Dude, I've been wanting wide receivers to throw to that aren't Marquise Valdes-Scantling." So Kansas City Chiefs back on the clock, and their pick is in. Let's see if they're coming in. Well, what will Aaron Rodgers think? Perhaps he'll offer thoughts on the red carpet. Yeah, I think Josh Myers, at least you're arguing that he's giving him protection. Like, that was a big thing that, people underrate. Let's see. Kansas City Chiefs. Chiefs have selected Creed Humphrey. Well, their offensive line is set, right? I knew it was going to happen. I knew a team that actually could utilize Creed Humphrey was going to get Creed Humphrey. Good move by the Kansas City Chiefs. They kind of needed this pick. Listen, great athletic center. They basically got a guy who some teams probably could have taken 20 picks sooner, and it would have been a smart move then. The Jets could have not traded up for Elijah Vera Tucker, taken Tevin Jenkins, and also probably trade up 4 picks now for a lot less capital and have gotten Creed Humphrey and Tevin Jenkins and Elijah Moore. This is why you have to be careful when you trade up, especially in the first round. I think it's just the cost-benefit analysis is just not good. So Chiefs get a center. Packers get a center. Back-to-back centers. I wonder if this is going to be the run on centers. I wonder who the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to get. We're at the end of the second round, so we're 1 round down, 1 round to go. Would you like to eat a steak drying for a month? No, thank you. I don't know why my phone asked me that. Where are you going? I'm telling you, go to microphone. They're in the bag over there. We could have fun with this. You can get the really long XLR cable. See, you guys are really missing out because she's a very funny person. I should have just set it up ahead of time and had a microphone and a stand ready for you to go, and you sit off screen. Oh, you left it in my fridge for a week. The seltzer go bad? Oh, sorry. All right, I'll buy you more. Yeah, so, dude, Chiefs offensive line, they did a whole rebuild. They did a full-on off-body restructure this offseason, right? They got Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, Creed Humphrey. They get Lawrence Duvernay back. And also they got Kyle Long in free agency, a guy who retired, came back to the league and signed with the Chiefs, go get a ring. They kept Mike Remmers. He's going to be their right tackle of the future. Yo, Chiefs are set, man. They looked at one game. They went, we're not doing that again. We're not doing it. You can't make us. We're going to get it fixed. So that's how they decided to handle shit, folks. Oh, my God. Let's see where we're at here. So pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Who do they take at 64? Are they also going to take edge rusher? Let's see. Chiefs continue to take their all-season theme this offseason. Make sure Patrick Mahomes is protected. Yep. KC's done an awesome job rebuilding the offensive line. Creed to the Chiefs. Creed to the Chiefs sounds like a good song. What is the 64 pick, folks? I want to know the 64 pick. Where are we here? I want to know what's the next thing. Because, again, the last two centers went off the board. Both were very good. Again, Josh Myers, Ohio State. Creed Humphrey, Oklahoma. Oh, and the Bucks are taking a quarterback, folks. But it is not Kellen Mond. It is not Davis Mills. It is Kyle Trask. I think they're doing the Steelers a favor because the Steelers probably would have taken Kyle Trask in the third round. This means they're probably taking SEC Mason Rudolph. Yeah, kind of. I can't believe the Bucks just did this. Okay. Have at it, sir. This is an interesting one. I probably would have went Kellen Mond or Davis Mills, either one. Maybe they were blocking the Falcons. Maybe the Falcons wanted him. I don't know. But let's see what's going to happen next. So with Kyle Trask off the board, we now hit the third round of the NFL draft. And the Jaguars are back on the clock. Dear God. What else do they need? What else could they do? Can they make this draft look anywhere tonight? What did they already do so far tonight, right? They took Tyson Campbell. They took Walker Little. All right. I don't mind either of those picks. To be honest, as long as they all kind of like Tyson Campbell was a good shot in a corner. I think that was actually probably the right valuation. Maybe a little high for some, but still, you know what? You took a shot in a corner. Like, if you're looking at valuation of positions, they needed more cornerbacks in their depth chart, so I don't hate it. Vikings are next on the board. Why am I wasting bandwidth with this then? Here we go. Let's see. We will switch to... There we go. Maybe this will help things. So, damn it, man. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers take a quarterback. That's an interesting one. And it's not even the quarterback I would have taken, to be honest. I wouldn't have taken him. So, what might the Jags do here? So we got the Jags, the Vikings, and the Texans next up. This is the pick from the Vikings pick is the one from the Jets. Then you have the Texans for their first pick in this draft overall. Oh wow, some guy with a very, very blonde hair. Who the heck is this guy? Is this like Machine Gun Kelly? He's got like bleach blonde hair, like my girlfriend, an orange shirt, a brown jacket, a vest. Oh, it is Machine Gun Kelly. I guessed right by accident, folks. Anyway, why is he up there announcing the Buccaneers pick? I have no clue. But, yes, they are taking Kyle Trask. And it is a weird pick selection. What are you going to do, Jags? What are you going to do? Are you going to do something that's actually going to make me like you? I don't know how I feel about this Urban Meyer team at all. Jaguars could take a little bit of talk about Brevin Jordan on the Twitterverse. That'd be an interesting one. They could do defense, right? I think they still need safety, don't they? They could go Andre Cisco out of Syracuse. Man, this has been a weird draft class. Our teams is Fatu Melifonwu still on the board? That's an interesting one. Huh. That's Fatu Melifonwu, I think, is still on the board. So you still have a guy who's this kind of cover 3 safety. You see what you could get if you just wait and you don't get overzealous. Man, with the been a little bit of talk about the Jags wanting a tight end. So Brevin Jordan, Tommy Tremble, Hunter Long are all possibilities here. Andre Cisco is the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Wow, very athletic corner out of Syracuse, tore his ACL last year. But man, if you want to cover one single high free safety, you're not the best guy in run support, but who cares, man? He's got very good coverage skills, man. Sometimes they played him up like in the box sometimes, and I'm like, why are you playing him there? Like, play him up high. That's when he made all his picks. That's when he made all his plays. He is a cover 1 or cover 3 single high free safety. Andre Cisco. Man, it's the Cisco Disco up in the Jaguars house. So I like it, man. I like the pick for the Jaguars. This might be a little high considering he came off an ACL, and there is a little bit of risk with him. So I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think it's a fine pick. But again, he could be that pick. He could be a ball hawk. And again, if he comes back from that ACL, and ACLs aren't as scary as some other as other issues are. So I think that's a very good pick by the Jags. I'm very impressed. They actually did something smart today. Where are we next on this? Diami Brown is still on the board. There's quite a few wide receivers still on the board, actually. Where are we at here? We have Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. That means, let's see what's next. Are they going to trade out again? Vikings are on the clock. What could the Vikings take? Offensive line would be a big one, right? Edge rusher. Is there? Oh, Rashad Weaver. If they're looking for a 4-3 DN, Rashad Weaver would be a good pick here. Who are the other 4-3 DNs that I kind of like that are still available? Ellerson Smith is a possibility. I'm looking here. Jordan Smith at a UAB. I think this is really early for him. I don't. Maybe they take Baron Browning to kind of be like an Anthony Barr style guy. I'm sure they're annoyed Carlos Basham went like just a couple of picks earlier. They could have traded up and gotten him. Like, this is the area where I don't mind you trading up. Interior defensive line they can go for. They can go linebacker. Wide receiver's still kind of a thing for them. They don't really have. I think a guy would be a unique addition to them would be like an Amon-Ra St. Brown, Diami Brown, guys like that would be kind of an interesting addition. Let's see. Did we get the news finally? Oh, I just saw the Vikings on the board thing, and I don't know what happened. MGK. Wait, what happened here? Texans are drafting Davis Mills. Oh, my God. Texans are drafting a QB. Oh, another QB goes off the board. Texans are clearly worried about what's going on with Deshaun Watson, or once everything is cleared up. Kellen Mond to Minnesota. 3 quarterbacks in a row off the board. Not in a row, but almost in a row. 3 quarterbacks and 4 picks off the board. Kellen Mond to Minnesota. Davis Mills to the Texans. Wow. 3 and 4 picks for quarterbacks, all for teams you really didn't expect to be taking quarterbacks in this area. Kellen Mond's actually the one I kind of like a lot for the Minnesota Vikings. Very athletic quarterback. Very good tool set, very good tool set as far as he has a good deep ball. Athletic dude, can run the ball a bit, can do a little bit of zone read. So you're talking about a very high backup. He's the guy. Like, that is perfect for them. Now, again, I don't know why you're taking a high-end backup at the top of round 3. It's borderline second-round pick. But if you think he develops and, Kirk Cousins is close to the end of his deal. They can let Kirk Cousins walk at the end of his deal and not be paying a quarterback through the nose kind of money for a couple of years, be able to recoup some value out of that. So, listen, that ain't a bad move for Minnesota. The Texans drafting Davis Mills is an interesting one. It makes me think that, listen, a third-round pick's a third-round pick. I thought they'd be trying to trade down from this pick and just accrue, like, day 3 assets or whatever. But, again, not the worst move in the world. You don't know what's going to happen with Deshaun Watson. I think Deshaun Watson plays this year. I think he settles all those cases, and it's going to be resolved relatively soon, but not soon. I said relative, keep in mind, but as long as no criminal charges are filed, I think he will be fine. Dear God. Let's see. Where are we at next with so we're down to Atlanta Falcons. Offensive line could be an option here. They could probably take interior offensive lineman to go with. Who did the Falcons take earlier today? That's a good question. Go to round 2 here. Falcons previously took where'd they go? Atlanta Falcons took Richie Grant. Is there a corner on the board? Corner or an edge rusher I could see the Falcons going for. I would lean corner if I'm doing the whole Dean Pease, try to blitz heavy kind of defense. Still, Ronnie Perkins is still there. Joseph Osai, Fetu Melifonwu, Paulson Adebo. Let's see. And with the 68 pick in the NFL draft, Falcons are selecting Jalen Mayfield, offensive lineman. This is a good spot for him. This isn't a bad spot. There's been a lot of talk about him moving to guard, possibly right tackle. Well, he was a right tackle actually in college, but possibly moving into guard. Maybe they don't feel like he has the foot quickness for right tackle. So again, kick him in. Again, Falcons are trying to fix the offensive line here. They went and got Richie Grant to be their free safety. They took Kyle Pitts. So I think this is a smart move that you're really trying to utilize assets to fix some major spots. You can't fix everything in this one off season. But get guys who can maybe help you go in that direction. I think that's a fine move. It does sound like the Falcons are going to list him at guard, what I'm seeing. So not a bad idea. You have Lindstrom. Now you have they drafted a center last year in the 3rd round. You have Lindstrom. Now you have Mayfield. You hope Caleb McGarry acclimates to becoming a good right tackle, and you have Jake Matthews. You have a bunch of high pick assets that you've utilized on the offensive line. You better hope that they turn out well. Granted, new GM, so he doesn't have to hope they turn out well. If they don't turn out well, they could always resolve it another way. But Minnesota's pick, man, I can't believe that they went. I could believe Minnesota and Davis. Yeah, you know what? Like, Kellen Mond is a good pick, man. I like it. I like the pick. I like the player. I felt like they needed a little bit more, especially edge rusher. Maybe they didn't like the edge rushers that were on the board, and they felt like, listen, Kellen Mond is the perfect day 2 quarterback. So, good gig for them. It works out for them in the long run, I think. Where are we at now? We're at the live stream moments. Draft tracker. Watch some JOK. Conclusion is he's a wreck to shit out of a ton of skilled players. He's versatile. I just keep on saying more things about Owusu Koromoa because I have a bunch of Browns pages that I follow on Twitter. Bengals are taking Joseph Osai. God damn it, man. I knew edge rusher was going to eventually become a thing for them. Still, I'm a little annoyed that they took Osai, but I'm not totally pissed. Although he kind of falls into that Carl Lawson mold. So good move by them. They address edge rusher. They kind of lost an edge rusher in free agency. Still wondering if the Browns try and go after an edge rusher later on, or what's left of the edge rushing class. I think at this point they're going to go D tackle. Because if I look at edge rusher, other than Ellerson Smith and Ronnie Perkins, Basham's gone, Osai's gone, Aziz is gone, Tryon's gone, Ellerson Smith's still there, Weaver's there, Quincy Roche, Cam Sample. So I don't mind it. I don't think this edge rushing. It's funny. I went this whole offseason thinking they would take an edge rusher, but when the corners fell right and everything fell right, and they signed a bunch of dudes, they didn't have to overextend themselves. So good on them. Let's see what's next. Let's see where are we at. Like I said, I actually kind of like Kellen Mond for the Vikings. I think he's a good athletic quarterback. I think, listen, what I would say after I watched Kellen Mond's film, after I watched several games of him, he's the guy who, if I had to win one game with Kellen Mond, I think I could do it pretty easily. Do I think I can win 17 games with Kellen Mond? I do not. Because I think eventually teams will catch on to how you're beating them. But he has a good variety of skill sets. So again, if he does develop, if he does play well, you say Kirk Cousins does get injured. He has been injured earlier in his career. Kellen Mond comes in, he plays well for you. You can move on from Kirk Cousins. So I actually think it's a very good move for them. Kellen Mond was the MVP of the Senior Bowl. He went out, he showed out. I think it's a very good move. I kind of like it. I'm not I'm not hating on that move at all. We are now again not Caleb McGarry. Jalen Mayfield's off the board. Joseph Osai, the Bengals. Joseph Osai reminds me of Bud Dupree, right? Good linear straight line edge rusher. I'm actually shocked he went this far down. It's just because of how murky this edge class has been. A lot of guys who probably would have went earlier just kept getting pushed down. So he's replacing what they lost in Carl Lawson. He's now going to line up on the edge and just kind of rush and take on guys. And, they have Trey Hendrickson, who they signed as a free agent. They have Sam Hubbard. They don't really have a true dominant one. They're going to have this weird quasi-rotation of multiple guys, and they've been kind of switching between five-man fronts more recently. So I don't hate that pick for them. So he is also relatively new at playing edge rusher. He's just converted from being a linebacker, kind of like Micah Parsons converted from being a linebacker converted from being an edge rusher to a linebacker. He's now converted from linebacker into being an edge rusher, so he can drop into space a little bit. I think maybe that's kind of maybe part of the plan as well, is maybe use him as a drop linebacker a little bit, not a lot, just every once in a while. So I don't hate that move for the Bengals. And again, in this range, this is a good spot to get a third-round edge rusher, and they've been pretty lucky with that. Keep in mind, they had Sam Hubbard, who they drafted. They drafted Carl Lawson. They've been very good at getting those third-round edge rushers over the years. Third, fourth-round guys fall for different reasons. I think that was a very smart thing, good thing for them. They get a guy who can be a rotational piece for them. I think it was a good move for them. Texans picks being announced right now. We already know it's Davis Mills, very accurate quarterback out of Stanford. Has a very good quick release, and also has familiarity with playing under center. Man, you know what? It gives them an option, right? If Deshaun Watson plays horrible, if he holds out, if he gets put on the commissioner's exempt list, it gives you another option outside of Tyrod Taylor. There's talks that they were trying to get Alex Smith to come to the Texans. Now they get at least a guy who can come in, compete for a role on the compete for the role as the quarterback. You don't want to have all your eggs in the one Tyrod basket. So here you get Davis Mills out of Stanford. I actually don't mind the pick, to be honest. And now I think he actually would be very good for a Pep Hamilton offense. And the weapons there are not bad, right? You have Randall Cobb, Brandon Cooks. They don't have Hopkins anymore, unfortunately. They don't have Will Fuller anymore, unfortunately. But they do have Cooks. They got rid of Fells. Oh, who do the Texans got now? I'm going to pull up the Texans depth chart at this point. Texans depth chart. Woo boo boo boo. Haven't looked at the Texans depth charts in so long. Why you haven't looked at the depth chart? Because they haven't had a pick in 29 years. They're all in Miami now. Okay, so their wide receivers are Brandon Cooks, Kiki Houghton, Randall Cobb, Chris Conley, Chris Moore, Andre Roberts, Dante Moncrief, Alex Erickson, a lot of dudes. Just a lot of dudes outside of Brandon Cooks. Hey, listen, you got a quarterback, right? Another one. And another one bites the dust. All right. We're getting a new Joseph Osai gets snagged with the 69th pick. Nice. Didn't realize this is the 69th pick. Good on the Bengals for getting the 69th pick this year in the NFL draft. Nice of them. Very nice. Panthers are on the clock soon. Yeah, they got to be on the clock, all right? Because we already know the Bengals pick. What are the Panthers doing? Are they trading back again? The pick is in. They're announcing the Falcons pick. Christensen has been the best pick from a value perspective that the Panthers have made. Oh, Brady Christensen, huh? To the Panthers. That's not a bad move at all. They've needed to throw some picks at that offensive line. The Giants with the Broncos pick select Aaron Robinson, pressman slot corner. Dang, man. Giants defense is about to be scary, man. I don't want to go up against the Giants this year. Thank God I don't. Giants played the Browns last year. So Giants defense with Aaron Robinson now being their slot corner. They signed Adoree Jackson. They have Logan Ryan. Oh, my God. Their defensive backs are deep and crazy good. Bradbury. I'm telling you right now, Giants, outside the Kadarius Toney pick, had a very good draft so far. So we know the Giants are taking Robinson. We know Brady Christensen to the Panthers. So we're seeing offense. This is perfect for Brady Christensen, right? 24, 25-year-old offensive lineman, played for BYU, protecting Zach Wilson, the Mormon quarterback. Now we got the Mormon tackle. I dig it. I actually think that was a very good move on their part. I think they needed to get somebody else in that offensive line room. The good thing with Brady Christensen is I think he's a solid player, right? I think he's a guy, like I was saying before, he's like the Kellen Mond of tackles, right? I can play him at tackle, and I'll be like, okay, he's not great, but he's not bad. Like I think he's got the tools to be a solid average tackle in the NFL, whatever the heck that means. I'm looking at Jason Oweh's video, and he says, I still have so much untapped potential, and I have no idea where he is, but it looks really cool. Bengals pick is in on the TV. They're announcing the Joseph Osai pick. We're like 2 picks ahead of them on here. Where are we, man? Fetu Melifonwu was still around. Milton Williams is still around. There's a lot of guys who are still available. Yeah, there's a 5-pick delay between the reality and the broadcast. Lions are selecting D-tackle Olim McNeil. Dang, I liked him too. Lions are doing some good stuff, though. Lions are doing some good stuff. Well, this is also a quicker round, too, right? They only have so many minutes on the board. So that's why we're getting picks moving a lot quicker right now. Osai, then from Osai to the... Oh, wait, maybe is this this draft tracker? Where's this one looking at? So, yeah, we got Aaron. So, yeah, we had Joseph Osai to the Bengals, Brady Christensen to the Carolina Panthers, Aaron Robinson to the Giants, Olim McNeil to the Detroit Lions. All very good picks. I very much like those picks. Slim McNeil, good nose tackle, good run defender. They kind of needed that, right? Dude, Lions went back-to-back D tackles, it looks like, right? That's because they took Levi Muzariki. They went in a D tackle light class, and they went, we're just drafting D tackles. We don't care. You guys told us it was a bad D tackle class. We don't care. Now we got a nose tackle and we got a 3-tech. I kind of dig it. I like that defense a lot now. Eagles are on the clock. Let's see if the Twitterverse has already gotten us some kind of insight what they might be doing. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. So, yeah, Lions selected Olim McNeil at TCU, biting some goddamn knees. Osai went to the Bengals. Aaron Robinson ran a 4.38 at the UCF Pro Day. Where are we at here with Syracuse? Where are we at, man? Where are we at? Bengals take Osai. I'm still looking to see if any Eagles news came in. Falcons take the Jalen Mayfield guy. Has some upside. Didn't test very athletic as people thought. There are a lot of people saying he was going to be athletic. Let's see. Still waiting to see if anything new comes in. Did the Steelers just draft Mark Bruner again? Jaguars' 3rd-round pick is Andre Cisco. Like I said, a very good playmaking safety, single high free safety. Tore his ACL out of Syracuse. That defense was very much, the design was a mess. If you watch, we did a defensive back episode. We did 2 episodes. We did a cornerback episode. We did a safety episode. Andre Cisco was a guy who I liked a lot, but again, like when he played on the back end, very good. When they decided to play him at linebacker, that strong, in the box, it was very much a mess. So just don't play him near the line of scrimmage. Have him far back. That's what I've been saying the whole night. Olim McNeil, nose tackle, has a very good first step, very athletic. I like it. I think we're going to see a lot of D tackles go in this range. D tackles, some of the rest of the wide receivers, the remaining defensive players. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. It's the land of opportunity on draft night. That's literally what it is. Giants traded picks 76 and 164 in the 5th for the Broncos' 3rd-round selection at 71. Oh, that's why they got up and got Aaron Robinson. So, again, they're getting a guy who they really like, press man corner. So that's why the Giants were on the board. I didn't know they had traded the pick. I didn't see that come in. Eagles are on the board. I don't see any news on the Eagles, though. It's like we went 5 picks really quick, and now we've gotten like the slow motion tracker, right? We're still waiting to see what's coming in, what's happening, what's going on, eh? Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Where are we here? Eagles, what are you doing, Eagles? Giants trade this, do that. I get it. The Giants trade up and took a slot corner in the 3rd round. It's a smart move. I like it. Just talked to JOK. Love this kid. He's fired up and hungry. Thank you, Nathan Zagura. Nathan Zagura, by the way, is one of the top guys to follow for Browns content. If you are looking for just strictly Browns content, I've officially lost you guys again. Here we go at pick 73. What are the Eagles gonna do? Right, so far, let's talk about what the Eagles have done. Right, I haven't really done much recap on this. Eagles so far have taken. Where are you, Eagles? Eagles took Landon Dickerson earlier on. All right, Dickerson, Devontae Smith. Crush it, Eagles. Do it. Crush it. What's the next crushing pick, though? Corner? They need corner. Efetu Melifonwu was still on the board. Let's see what's left. Where, oh where? Eagles select Milton Williams with the pick, with the 73rd overall pick. That is the most complicated way to get around that camera, but okay. And you're gonna just make sure you don't kick out the DC wire. I told you can go lay on the bed with your sultry eyes. Giants pick was Aaron Robinson. The Eagles drafted Milton Williams. Man, a lot of D tackles are coming off the board now. I told you 3rd round was going to be a big D tackle run. You're going to see guys like Tommy Togiai, Tyler Shelvin, Bobby Brown, guys going in this like 3rd, 4th round range. Just some amazing good D tackle runs. Brady Christensen's older than Joe Brady. That is kind of interesting, right? Is he really older than Joe Brady? Let's see what's left here. Eagles stay at 73. Take Milton Williams. Very athletic D tackle out of Louisiana. Is it Louisiana? Boom. Hang on one sec. Just had it up where his school was. Louisiana Tech. That's what I thought it was. I knew there was another word there. It wasn't just Louisiana. Louisiana Tech. Tested athletically out of his mind. So there you go, man. There's another option. Another D tackle goes off the board. Doesn't have big arms, though. So, but he's an uber athlete. So I think it's it's a good pick for the 3rd round. You know, you have Fletcher Cox. You have Javon Hargrave. So you now just get a guy to stick in that rotation, go ahead and create some pressure up the middle. I think it's a good move for them. Where we at here? Detroit Lions, Eagles. We got the Washington football team. They're probably really annoyed that they didn't get a shot on one of those 3 quarterbacks that were just like sitting there forever, and then they all go off the board again. So what could they take here, right? They took linebacker and tackle. I think corner is still a possibility, right? Efetu Melifonwu seems like the main corner I'm thinking of. It seems like teams are clearly not high on Efetu Melifonwu. Benjamin St. Juste going to the Washington football team. Nice. Good lateral quickness. Big, long corner. Showed up at the Senior Bowl. Again, Senior Bowl guys seem to be getting a lot of love this year. Guys who tested really well and guys who had good Senior Bowls. It seems to be the picks. Benjamin St. Juste out of Minnesota. I just turned to the TV and it says eat blocks for Lynn McNeil, and I'm like, and kneecaps too. They eat blocks and kneecaps. Here we go. Got some questions. I got some answers. Your baby's on. Let's see. Elijah Molden's still on the board. Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that are still on the board that are interesting players. What is Washington gonna do? What is Washington gonna do? Boop, 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 boop. They took a tackle and they took a linebacker. I'm still thinking corner. Corner's definitely an option for them. Safety. Been a lot of talk about free safety. Jamar Johnson out of Indiana, right? The guy who made Justin Fields not look good. He would be an interesting one. Oh, wow, yeah, wait a second. They got Flowers, Levi, Aleem, and Brockers in a 4-man front. That's not bad. Like, if you're at least just trying to stop the run, between Michael Brockers and Alim McNeil, and then you have Levi Muzariki and Trey Flowers, like, that's kind of an interesting defensive line rotation, not going to lie. Alim McNeil was a top-end nose tackle. If you were looking for a nose tackle that can get a little bit of interior push, he was a good guy to get. I was hoping he'd fall a little bit further for another particular team that might be on my hat. I'm just saying. We got, man, this is starting to become a run on players, right? We got Elijah Molden, Baron Browning, Paulson Adebo, Fetu Melifonwu, Divine Diablo, Ronnie Perkins, all still on the board. I'm curious as to how teams feel about Ronnie Perkins, to be honest. Let's see. What is Washington going to do? The pick is in, so I'm wondering if that pick's going to get tipped soon. Is this one of those picks that gets tipped? I can't remember anymore. Here we go. Giants and why they like Aaron Robinson. We can play man defense with him, and he's tough. And not for nothing, they ain't wrong. They got that one right. That's actually a good pick by them. So good on you. You guys actually did something right. I dig it. Good job, Giants. Here we go. Pull that up. It's the next one on the board. Here, we'll go back to here. Osa Odigizua. The Cowboys take Osa Odigizua. Oh, that's right. Washington football team took Benjamin St. Juste. So I already knew that. We already mentioned that. I'm just getting tired. That's all. Just been looking at these names all the time. Been saying the names and forgetting the names and then saying the names again and then forgetting them, forgetting I said them. But yes, Benjamin St. Juste, tall, lanky corner, good lateral agility. I did not think he would go before Fetu Melifonwu. But again, the Cowboys take Odigizua. His name does sound like a song. Or just because I'm making a song out of it, I don't know. You can't see, but the live studio audience is glaring at me now. I'm telling you, it's just the fact that anytime I have you around and you do things like this, you need your own microphone. You do not mind your own business. The next 4 picks are the Cowboys, the Broncos, the Chargers, the Vikings, and we already know that the Cowboys pick is Odigizua. I dig it, Digizua. I love the name. I so love the name. He's a very versatile defensive tackle. He's not the run stuffer of some of the other dudes, but he can move around a bit. I didn't mind that pick actually. That was a smart move by them. Who is next on the board though? Patriots are technically on the board soon, but their pick got forfeited. So 76 is the Denver Broncos. 77 is the Chargers. I feel like I've been waiting forever and ever to go through this draft. A digga, a digazua. If you wanna be a digga-digga-digazua. Boop 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 boopy boopy doop. Oh no. Where are we at now? Yes, I know the Dallas Cowboys pick is in. What's the next pick that's in is the real question, sir. That's what I want to know. Get me the information I am looking for. We're going to copy that. We're going to do that. These are not the droids you're looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for, sir. I'm looking for more information here. Get me some more information here. Sorry. Why is Crowder trending, by the way? Are they trading Crowder? Are they cutting Crowder? 2020. Sam Darnold's 2020 versus 2021. Adam Gase, Frank Gore, Jameson Crowder, Braxton Berrios, Rashad Perriman. 2020. 2021, Joe Brady, Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrence Marshall. Yes, it does seem like his offensive weapons got a little bit better. Just saying. And they're not even done. Like, they have 3 third-round picks. I think they just took Brady Christensen, but they still have 2 more. So, again, man, Carolina Panthers are really nailing this draft. I think they're doing a good job here. Let's see what else we could pull up on this. Is there any new info? Did we get any more? Let's see. Is the next name on the list happening? Osa Odighizuwa. Yes, I already got that one. What's the Denver Broncos next pick? Come on. What are you doing, Patton? Oh, trade. Saints are trading up. Oh. Broncos getting 98 and 105 in a trade with the Saints. Awesome. I like that move. It's a smart move. And the Saints are selecting Paulson Adebo. They needed a corner. They got a corner. All right, this is a smart move by them. But, dude, I can't believe it. Effective Malafon was still not on the board. I thought he was going to go earlier than this. Yeah, big, long corners who are athletic usually don't go super late. So, but not totally insane. Still got the LA Chargers, the Minnesota Vikings, 2 Raiders picks, the Miami Dolphins, the Washington Football Team, Carolina Panthers, Cowboys, the Titans, the Vikings, the Steelers, the Rams, the Panthers, the Vikings, the Browns. I've said Panthers and Vikings, I've said like 3 times already, so keep that in mind. Chargers are on the clock again. I wonder what magical pick they're going to take this time that's going to fall to them magically. Let's see. We got the Saints trading up for Paulson Adebo, doing Saintsy things. Chargers on the clock. Quinn Miners, Wyatt Davis are 2 interior offensive line options. Also, safety Jamar Johnson, edge rusher Rashad Weaver. All those guys are good picks. I do agree with that guy on that. Like I said, Rashad Weaver's kind of more of a solid 4-3 DN. Reminds me of Hubbard, where you're going to get some production from him, but he's not going to be a high-end dude. He's more of a rotational guy, a little bit older player. Good hand usage, though. I like him a lot. Where are we going? Still dropping through. Broncos trade down. Saints trade up, and they get a Paulson Adebo. Long athletic corner. Again, a lot of long athletic corners in this draft class. Interesting draft class, I'm telling you, man. Chargers are up. Then the Vikings, the Raiders, the Miami Dolphins again. Whew. It's been a long draft night. Long draft night. Cowboys defense is looking kind of interesting, right? They got Micah Parsons, Osa Odighizuwa, and Kelvin Joseph. And I'm not quite sure how I feel about any of these guys. Osa Odighizuwa is not really a true nose tackle, so I don't know really, you're not really going to be able to stop the run very well with he might be fine, but he's not solving the problems they had last year, I don't think. I don't think Micah Parsons, this is the problem. I don't think any of these guys solve any problems. Maybe Kelvin Joseph solves some problems. I don't mind that pick. That's probably the best pick of the 3. Cowboys, man, after having a good draft last year, man, I'm looking at their draft this year and I'm going, something's not as good this year. And I don't know what happened. Maybe Jerry needs to go back to the boat. right? Go back on his yacht, just make picks from the yacht, tell people to phone it in. They just worked better last year. I don't know what it is. He's got to find that magic moment. Let's see. No more comments? Nobody wanted to comment in on this? Feels so sad. Nobody wanted to call in. Nobody cared. If you want to. Tay Gowan's still on the board. I like Tay Gowan at UCF. He's not bad. He's probably going 4th round, though. He's probably going 4th or 5th round, so that's not horrible. But, he probably wants to go a lot sooner than that. He probably thinks he's better than that. And then again, I think a lot of players think they're better than the round that they go in. I think even the number 1 overall pick thinks he should go higher. Yeah, Paulson Adebo, Stanford, long, tall corner, opted out. His 2019 film was pretty solid. Kind of up and he had a couple of he did have a couple of rough games though. Chargers are selecting wide receiver Josh Palmer. This is where you go, man. This is a smart move by them. Plays split end again. The guy who lines up on the line of scrimmage, right? So now you have him. Mike Williams is already doing that too, but you have Mike Williams in the last year of his deal, so now you're not tied to Mike Williams and giving him an extension if he doesn't work out. Now you have another wide receiver on the roster, give you a little bit of additional wide receiver depth. I like it. It's a good pick by them. They still have Keenan Allen. They still have a very good receiving corps, but now they got another guy with size. Where are we at now? We got now that Palmer's off the board, we're at the Vikings again. I could see them taking Ellerson Smith here. This is a good spot for him to go. A guy who opted out, has some very good length, went to the Senior Bowl, showed out a little bit. So they could definitely look at him here. They definitely need edge rusher because they basically have, one solid edge rusher on their team, and 2 if you count Anthony Barr. He's really not an edge rusher. He's a linebacker who sometimes they've rushed off the edge. Where we go here? Come on, I want to hear some more picks. Not the Texans. I don't even know when the Texans pick ever again. I don't want the Texans to pick ever again. I don't ever want to see the Texans' depth chart ever again. Can we excommunicate them? That's such a weird team. Hooked on Pahonix. Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. Let's see if they trade down again. I don't think so. Where are we here? See, Effetu Malafano, Ronnie Perkins, James Hudson's on the board, Deontay Brown is on the board, Dan Moore, Amari Rogers, Elijah Molden, Diami Brown, Chess Surratt, Quinn Miners, Trey Smith, Davion Nixon, Jabril Cox. There was a lot of teams that were there was a lot of talk about Davion Nixon earlier this year, 3-tech kind of guy. I wonder how many teams are still eager or high on him. This is probably where he probably should go. Marvin Wilson, too. So there's still a lot of defensive tackles that are on the board. Yep, Vikings are on the clock. They took Kellen Mond with their other 3rd-round pick, and the pick that they had in the 1st round, if you can remember, was Christian Darrisaw. So I think they should go interior offensive line at some point and edge rusher. I think those are the 2 major issues that they have. The pick is in. Let's see if I could find it on the Twitterverse before it comes in on here. Yeah, let's see. Where are we going here? Is it on here? I don't see it yet. What'd they do? Go to the latest. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Bum-bum. What are you doing, Vikings? I want to know so I can move on. Oh, Chaz Surratt, 24-year-old, former quarterback, linebacker Chaz Surratt with pterodactyl arms. That's what he's got. Maybe not pterodactyl arms. That would be really big. They have a big wingspan. What's the Tyrannosaurus Rex arms? That's what he has. He's just a little tiny Tyrannosaurus Rex linebacker, but he plays linebacker with some reckless abandon. So he's got a good mind for passing routes, but again, 24 years old, not the best tackling production. So I think solid player for the 3rd round range. Still one of the older players in this draft. Jabril Cox is still on the board. I know my buddy was like, oh, we fell out of the Jabril Cox territory. He's the Jets fan. Turns out, didn't really need to worry about it all that much, did they? Saints still need to fill some fill some spots. Chaz Surratt's off the board. All right, good. The Raiders are on the clock. Raiders have 2 picks in a row. What are the Raiders going to do? Do I ever know what the Raiders are going to do? What did the Raiders do earlier tonight, right? Like, we look back at the Raiders picks, and, last night they took Alex Leatherwood. Earlier today, they took, where are you, Raiders? Are they going to take the wife beater? Are they going to take the guy who does the Macarena out in the street? I don't know who they're going to take. Who took that Macarena? Trevon Moore. That was actually a good pick by them. So it's about time for them to have a bad pick, right? That's what happens with the Raiders. One good, one bad, one good, one bad. It's how they roll. So it's like one's a Mayock pick, one's a Gruden pick. One's a Gruden pick, one's a Mayock pick. It's I think that's how it works in the Raider household. I actually do think it's a household, by the way. I think they actually live together, like Mike Mayock and John Gruden. They're just like, we're here together. Boo boo ba doo boo ba doo boo. It's Gruden and Mayock living in one house together. Carl Nassib's their accountant. The IRS is auditing them. Ba-doop-boop. But yeah, so now we got Chaz Surratt, short arm linebacker, now on the Minnesota Vikings. 24-year-old too. He's a little bit older, but again, like I think third round's a fine pick for him. Especially I think he might be a solid coverage linebacker. Raiders have a minute left on the clock. John Gruden's now the new Fisher, so it's going to be how it goes from here on out. Here we go. Do I have any news on this? Come on, I want to know, what are the Raiders doing? Oh, I just missed it, I bet, right? I hit refresh, and it's gone. Broncos started the draft with 8 picks. Draft is now in the 3rd round. They still have 8 picks. Being number 8 over being number 0, which is RG3's current. Hey, that's cold, man. That's cold. Jabril Cox would have been a good selection here. So would Quinn Miners. Pick is in. Wait, did we get the... So, Orlando Brown. Did we get news on this? So I'm guessing Miami's coming up soon, right? It goes Raiders, Miami. So what are the Raiders doing? The first pick is in for the Raiders. Don't be shocked if they trade down from their 2nd, 3rd round pick, because that does happen a lot of the time when you have two picks in a certain round. Sometimes you trade down from the other one. Raiders are selecting Malcolm Kuntz, defensive end from Buffalo. All right. Good on you guys. All right, Raiders. I'm starting to think he is Jeff Fisher in a new body. I think it's what happened. John Gruden's gotten his mind hacked from Jeff Fisher because, like I said, this is a whoa. Oh, God. Man, what are you doing? What are the Miami Dolphins going to do? I got to think that they could possibly look at interior offensive linemen here. Because, yeah, they took Eichenberg, but I'm thinking he's supposed to be a tackle. Where do we go here? I'm telling you one thing, what we've learned, right? We've learned, one, Jaguars don't care about positional value, right? Because they took a running back in the 1st round. 2, injury concerns are an issue for Jaguar. Oh, well, we don't know because they didn't take, like, the guys that they took with injury concerns. They took Andre Sisco at the top of the 3rd round, which is not that big of a deal. It's, compared to Azeez Ojulari. Plus, they have a couple of edge rushers. I don't know. I think I would have taken Azeez earlier then. But Trevon Morg was a good pick for them. Tyson Campbell was a good pick for them. So, I don't know. I'm not quite sure where I'm landing on the current Urban Meyer administration, right? I don't know if I'm still very much out on if I have any clue on what's going on. Raiders' 2nd pick. Are we going to get information on the 2nd pick? Is that going to roll in at some point? Got one more pick from them, and then the Miami Dolphins and the Washington football teams. Still hear people talking about how sad they were to see him go. Should have several veteran signings after the draft. I want to know, what's the next pick, man? What's the next pick, man? Malcolm Kuntz. Yes. Now, who's the other next pick? Giants have had outside of the first pick that they had, it's been a very solid pick for the Giants. Raiders are picking from 79 and 80 from the second year in a row. They took Lynn Bowden Jr. and Brian Edwards. So you're saying they're going to take another D lineman or a linebacker or something. I don't know. What are they going to do? Safety would be a smart move here. Maybe they take Jamar Johnson. They actually do something intelligent for once. Oh, no, they took a safety. Fuck, so they're not going to do another one. Maybe they take a tight end. I'm seeing tweets from Davis Mills. Let's go. Can't wait to get started with the Texans. It's an interesting move for them, I think. It is weird, though. 64, 66, and 67, all quarterbacks. Quarterbacks and quarterbacks and quarterbacks. Dig it. I dig it, dig it. Dig it, dig it. Didn't talk about Paulson and Debo enough, huh? Did you? Dwayne Eskridge is off the board. Where are we at? Miami Dolphins. Palmer. Where are we at now? I always hear something going off in that back area. I keep thinking the door's opening. I'm going to get shot through the curtain. Just through the void. Let's see. Are we getting anything new? Paulson Adebo had a 9.55 RAS rating, which means he was very athletic for being a corner, or a very good size athletic combo for being a corner, which is true. He did not show that. I mean, he showed size and athleticism on tape, but he didn't always show full usage of it. So, still, I kind of always liked. Again, I liked him, especially in the third round. He had some very good tape at certain points, so can't complain. I just want to know who this next pick is. I'm seeing Ian Rappaport on the TV screen now. What's going on, Ian? Let's see. Where are we? Come on. Tony Grossi, no. What are you doing? I want to hear. What's the next Raiders pick? There's some talk about there's going to be a riot in the front office of the Raiders. I am so shocked that there would be a riot. Let's see. Where are we at here? Thank you, Football Grump. I just want to know the next pick. Oh, my God, I want to know the next pick. Lordy. Raiders have not won a playoff game in forever and ever and ever. Saints drafting Paulson Adebo. Raiders, come on, what are you doing? There's no way it's taking this long for you guys to figure out who you're picking. Raiders second. Oh, Divine Diablo. This is actually a good pick by them. Safety linebacker hybrid. Dude, that was actually smart. So good on the Raiders. They get a safety linebacker hybrid out of Virginia Tech. Divine Diablo, guy who very good near the line of scrimmage kind of guy. Very athletic, ran in the 4.4s. Sometimes takes some plays off here or there, but dude, he's if you get him closer to the line of scrimmage, I think that's perfect place for him. So again, the Raiders do what they do best. They go one bad pick, one good pick, one bad pick, one good pick. One apple, one orange, one picker, one pear. I'm not even using words anymore. I'm just kind of gargling garbage. That's all I'm doing. Oh, hang on one second. Gallon of water. Just going to chug the gallon of water now while we wait for, the TV. They're waiting on announcing the Raiders' next pick. We already know it's Divine Diablo. I like the Divine Diablo pick. This is a good pick. So good on them. They actually just re-signed Carl Joseph, which was an interesting one because it's very similar skill set to Carl Joseph. Kind of safety linebacker hybrid. I dig it, though. I just died. A little on the inside. Where are we at now? Notice LB selecting linebacker Devon Diablo. Oh, they announced him as a linebacker, too. Good move on their part. Diablo. He's a good player. I like him a lot. Dolphins are selecting Hunter Long, tight end out of Boston College. Dude, that's a good pick for them. There's a lot of talk about them going with like Kyle Pitts early on. Yes, they have Mike Gesicki. Now you could play a little bit of 2 tight end sets. Hunter Long is he is actually perfect comparison. Austin Hooper, former Falcon, currently on the Browns. He actually kind of looks a lot like Austin Hooper coming out. Not super athletic, but athletic enough. Very good ball skills. Solid run blocker. I think he's going to be very good in the NFL. I think, and he went from 1 year where they were a primarily run-heavy offense, and he was doing all the run blocking, didn't really get a lot of usage as a pass catcher, to where he was a complete number 1 total target on the offense and got a bunch of receptions. I like Hunter Long. Dolphins are getting another good player. I like it, man. They're going for a lot of it's weird. Like, again, the Dolphins did something a little bit different than what the Raiders are doing. They're just taking good players, mostly. Solid players, good players, players that fit certain spots on their team. Hunter Long is a good player. I like him. I like him better than Freiermuth, depending on to some degree. Not like more, but like for the value, considering like I don't think the differential between Freiermuth and Hunter Long is that much. It's not a whole half a round much. So listen, Hunter Long, very good player. I kind of like this. I do. I think there's. I wonder if there's anybody who had Hunter Long ahead of Freiermuth in their ranks, because Wyatt Davis is still on the board. Damn. Diami Brown still available. Dear God, there's some very intriguing players left on the board. It is quite an interesting conundrum. I do wonder what could happen here. Let's see. Where are we here? Washington football team is on the clock again. Previously, Washington football team took corner Benjamin St-Juste, and before that, they took Samuel Cosme. Dude, this team's just getting better and better. I like it. Washington's having a really good draft this year. Benjamin St-Juste, Samuel Cosme, Jamin Davis. Like, I understand people might be a little bit down on them taking a linebacker in the first round, but he's a very athletic linebacker. And it was like they weren't like desperate at a particular position. Washington, I think, could go wide receiver here. I think that would be the smart move. You kind of need to do. You do need other depth in your wide receiving core. Diami Brown would be a good pick here. They have a lot of speed guys, but to be able to open up the field for Terry McLaurin and be able to, get him a little bit, you don't have to necessarily run him out on split end. You could also now have Diami Brown on a split end. You could, you can run Curtis Samuel at the slot a lot more, which I think is going to be a lot more of his usage. Although to be honest, he was run more out of the slot under Joe Brady than he was under Turner. So the Washington football team pick is in. Do we know what the pick is yet? Let's see. Where is it? Greer. Washington taking Diami Brown. Oh, perfect. That was a good guess. Dang. I did not think they were actually taking Diami Brown, but that works out very well for them. Outside wide receiver, North Carolina. He had a lot of good tape, a lot of downfield plays. Very tough player as well. So, again, you get a different body, different skill set for that offense. I told you wide receiver would be a good pick here for Washington. This is a perfect move. I think it was a great idea. Good job on them. Washington, you did a good job. Don't let it get to your head. Start drafting well. You're doing your good jobs here. I think it's such a good move. Them taking Diami here if that's really what they're doing, which it looks like is happening. I'm seeing stuff where people are saying it. Diami's gone. Yeah, Ryan Fitzpatrick to Diami Brown. Dear God, that's a good wide receiving core. Diami Brown and Terry McLaurin. And yeah, man, Ryan Fitzpatrick's going to have a nice receiving core now. That's a good combination of players. Wonder what else they could go. They still could go tight end. I think, do they have another pick left or no? No, Washington doesn't have another pick for the rest of the night. The next couple picks, the Panthers, the Cowboys, the Titans, the Vikings. So there's 2 more Panthers picks, 2 more Vikings picks. Dear God, man, I'm so exhausted. Panthers and Vikings, man. Panthers and Vikings, oh my. Are you laying on that cord now? Maybe. Is it an egg? Let's see what's going on here. Now that we are Panthers again, current QBs on the Texans roster, Ryan Finley, Davis Mills, Deshaun Watson, Tyrod Taylor. Probably means that one of those guys might not be there by next year. Just saying. I'm curious as to what's going on here, man. This is a very what is Carolina gonna do? They can go outside corner again. They can go this is where accruing picks and trading down is a smart move. So Carolina's doing a good job on restocking their roster. Long and Brown are going off back to back. Yep, Titans have some good wide receiver and yep. So Tommy Tremble's still on the board. Brevin Jordan, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Amari Rogers. A lot of good players that are still left. Let's see. Dylan Radins. No. Most DBs selected in the first round from SEC schools. Alabama, Florida, LSU. There's a lot of good players left. I'm curious as to why. And yes, the teams that ended up getting like some real value for their draft picks trading down. I'm jealous. Goddamn jealous. But Panthers, Cowboys, Titans, Vikings, Steelers, LA, Panthers. Dear God, man. Such a crazy deep draft. Good wide receiver core. Where are we at here, folks? Where are we at? Panthers, come on, man. The Chicago Panthers pick, huh? Want to hear a joke? Nope. Diami Brown. Still Brevin Jordan on the board. Tommy Tremble. Dear God. Melifonwu is still on the board. Dear God. How is Melifonwu still here, too? No, Willie. No, he's gone. Gesicki and Fuller. And dear God, the Dolphins team is going to look pretty good. Washington team is going to look good. What are we at now? Carolina, your pick's finally in. God damn, why do you wait so long? You had so many picks. You have so many guys on your board. You like huffing glue back there? What are you doing? Just tell us, Carolina. Sweet Carolina, tell us. Tell us. Panthers are selecting Notre Dame. Tommy Tremble, very athletic tight end, per source. Offense, offense, offense. Practice, practice, practice. Perfect, perfect, perfect. That's a good move for them. Again, they get another weapon for Sam Darnold. Terrence Marshall, Tommy Tremble. Brady Christensen to be his to compete for tackle. These are some smart moves by the Panthers. They have J.C. Horn on the back end to be a corner. I like it, man. I'm curious what they might do with their other pick at 89. Man, this is an interesting one. Let's see. Osai asked if their Whataburger substitute. I informed him there wasn't. Tommy Tremble did not get a lot of usage when he was at Notre Dame. Athletic tight end. Listen, I think he's kind of a H-back role kind of guy, but he's also kind of got that high upside because he didn't get the usage. He sat behind two different tight ends while he was there, Cole Kmet, and the freshman that's there now is kind of like a big star. So I'm kind of seeing that like there's a lot of players out there that like Tommy Tremble could be that sleeper pick that turns into like he's a very good run blocker already, very much like George Kittle was coming out. Very good athleticism. So, again, he might be that sleeper dude. I was thinking he might fall the 4th round. Did not happen. Sounds like the league is getting smarter and smarter every year. He goes to the Carolina Panthers. We'll see what he ends up becoming. And, again, they just go ahead and they start attacking, positions of value. Again, this is what having multiple third-round picks does for you. So, third-round picks have a lot of value. Where are we at now? Tommy Tremble's off the board, which means we are now down to the Cowboys and the Tennessee Titans. I think if I'm the Panthers, I still use at least one more pick on offensive line, though. I do think they've had a very good draft, though. Or corner. They could definitely go corner. Let's see what happens here. I think they, there's a lot of players that I think that, Cowboys are selecting DN Chauncey Golston. Interesting. My God, the Cowboys are making some interesting picks. From a year ago to now, you have to look at it and go, like, did they give somebody else their draft board? Dear God, this is insane. Packers are trading with the Titans at 85, and the Packers are now on the clock. The Packers don't trade up very often. There must be a player they really like. I wonder who it is. I'm thinking wide receiver, but what wide receivers are left? I say that, and it's probably not even close to a wide receiver. Dear God. Chauncey Golston out of Iowa, edge defender. Interesting pick. We're now getting to the point where I'm losing my voice, and Packers select wide receiver Amari Rodgers. So this is a good pick. Oh, my God. This is a good move for the Packers. Mostly a slot corner kind of guy, but again, you can run him out of the backfield. A good run after catch kind of guy. Very reminiscent of actually Randall Cobb, former Green Bay Packer. Get him the ball, get him in space, get him moving, get a little bit of run after catch. Again, very reminiscent of when they had Randall Cobb. They kind of his skill set married together with Devontae Adams and Marquise Valdes-Scantling. The Green Bay Packers trade the 92nd overall pick and a 4th round pick. Wow, that's a lot to move 7 spots. 4th round pick to move up 7 spots in the 3rd round is a lot. That's kind of shocking. I'm a little shocked by that, man. Green Bay Packers trade a 4th round pick to move up 7 spots in the 3rd round, question mark? I am tweeting during my show, thank you. Yes. I do love Amari Rodgers for them, though. Yes, but I also have to keep talking because otherwise nobody's going to want to watch the show as I'm texting while I'm doing it. I'm going to text... Lady, I'm telling you, this show would be way more entertaining if you were on here. So I do love the Amari Rodgers pick. So again, even with trading away a 4th-round selection, very good elusive player. Showed up at the Senior Bowl, did really well there, I believe. Had very good chemistry with Trevor Lawrence, the number 1 overall pick. Let's see what else I knew about this guy. I did watch quite a bit of tape of him. He did have an ACL tear a couple years ago. Came back from it really quick. Didn't look that good. I think that's why people didn't think about him going into this year. Came back, had a really productive year. Was a very important piece of the Clemson offense. So, again, I think this is a very good thing for Green Bay Packers. I think he can contribute right away. He's not an outside receiver. That's not really that much of a problem. I think it's a very good pick for them. We're now down to pick 86 of the Minnesota Vikings. I thought, this is a very intriguing draft. Picks are going off left and right. The Minnesota Vikings pick is in. It feels like guys who are covering the Cowboys. This is not my favorite draft for the Cowboys. Feels like a very odd draft for them. Somebody has hacked their board. I'm wondering if now, what's his name, has figured out how to hack boards. Dave Gettleman's gone the other way, and he's learned how to hack other teams' boards. His old board was just a bunch of Post-it notes. Somebody just tweeted, getting Jordan Love some weapons. Huh. Now you trade up to pick A-Rod? Oh, I get it. Amari Rodgers, A-Rod. That's good stuff. All right, best left dart. So, yeah, there might be a couple of wide receivers that are still left. Amon St. Brown is still around, man. I'm shocked. That's, again, actually, this range is probably about the range that he's expected to go. Same with Amari Rodgers. Steelers are on the clock. They probably can go after Quinn Myers. Dang. I would be really sad if that's the case. The Minnesota Vikings pick is in. Maybe they go Quinn Miners. They could definitely use a center every once in a while, right? Like a good one. That would be a smart move for the Vikings. Let's see what happens. Coming up, the Vikings pick. What are the Vikings doing? What are the Vikings doing? I want to know what the Vikings are doing. Dallas, Chauncey Golston. Packers took a wide receiver, another offensive weapon, going to upset some narratives. Jordan Love completes pass to Aaron Rodgers, or A-Rod. I get it. You guys are funny. Spencer Brown's still on the board, very athletic tackle. Efetu Melifonwu, Amon St. Brown, Dylan Moses, Cameron McGrone, Ambry Thomas, James Hudson, Monty Rice. Man, what's next? Getting close. What are the Steelers gonna do? What the Vikings gonna do? Bom, 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 bom. What the Vikings gonna do? Do. What the Vikings gonna do? Ba-do. Oh, I'm starting to lose my mind. Because the Vikings pick every 5 seconds. They took Chester right the last time. Bubba-da-boo-ba-da-boo. Before that, they took Kellen Mond. After getting Darisaw in the very first round. Boom, da boom, da boom. Do. I didn't know this was a musical. Can we, not be musical? Sorry. Wow, we made it to what? Almost 4 hours of doing this show, and I'm now on the musical portion of it. I didn't know this was Broadway. Well, no, I just happen to live a block away from a road called Broadway, like every other town has. What's going on? Where are the Vikings? Boop, de boop, de boop, boop. Ch. And Milton Williams. Boom, 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 boom. Vikings, Steelers, Patton. What are we gonna do? Now 9 picks before the Bucks. What is next? What is next? Viking selection. What is next? And with the 86th pick in the NFL draft, the Minnesota Vikings are going to do something like pick a player. A good one, maybe. Doesn't have to be good. Wyatt Davis out of Ohio State. Man, that is a good... Yo, they finally take another good player. God damn it. All right. Interior offensive line alligator. Here comes the Wyatt Davis movie theater. Very good interior offensive lineman. Had maybe a little bit of a down year this year, man. If he had came out last year, people were talking about him as maybe as a second round pick anyway. Was it him or Creed Humphrey they were talking about? Damn it, can't remember anymore. God damn it. Again, good pick. Minnesota Vikings, I think, get a little bit of a steal here. And just before the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, again, very good move on their end. I think this was a smart move. You're getting a guy who has gone up against really good competition, has been very good for them. Been very good for Ohio State. Now you're getting him to go to Minnesota. You get to stick him in there at guard. They've had a ton of interior offensive line issues over the years. Very good job on their end. Way to go, Minnesota. You are actually doing some good work here. You got Darisaw. You got Wyatt Davis. I'm shocked they didn't take an edge rusher yet, but hey, you know what? There's always time. There's always time. Right? Interior crocodile alligator, the Minnesota Vikings. Now I'm guessing it's going to be a run on interior offensive linemen, right? We just saw Wyatt Davis come off the board. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. I'm guessing they need something. Maybe they take tackle. Who knows? We have a trade. San Fran receives the 88th overall pick, and LA receives 2 fourth-round picks. So this is kind of what LA does. They'll trade back and accumulate extra picks because they don't have any picks because they trade away their top picks, so they draft in the mid-rounds. It's what they do. It's kind of just what they've always been doing. All right. What is the Steelers' pick? Where are we? Vikings? No. Did we get... Oh. 49ers are selecting Trey Sermon. Wait. Who did wait a second. How do I know the pick for the 49ers and I don't know the pick for the Steelers yet? Wait, what's going on? Who did the Steelers take? I'm so confused. I know who the Vikings take, and I know who the I'm so confused now. Kendrick Green. Okay. They select Kendrick Green. They listed him as a center. Okay, that's not the worst pick in the world. Okay. Quinn Miners was still on the board, so I probably would have went that route, but hey, it's kind of me. But it's fine. I don't hate the pick. It is what it is. It's a fine pick. Actually, it's a good thing for me because I'm a Browns fan, and I'm not rooting for the Steelers. So maybe it's a better thing. Where are we now? God dang. Losing his mind, watching the Steelers select what they're calling a center in Kendrick Green. Okay, it says guard. I don't know why somebody else listed it as center. Illinois guard. They need all the help they can get on the inside. I felt like guard's the one position they actually were kind of nicely set at. They do need a backup for DeCastro. He's going to be leaving probably next year or retiring soon. I thought Doxson played really well for them. I think that's why they felt okay about letting Filer go. They needed tackles and centers, and they went guard. So, hey, listen. That offensive line's looking mighty sweet. We got Zach Banner, Walter. Maybe you should do your homework. Listen, I'm not saying Zach. Why are you looking at me like that? Listen, just because I have conversations with myself on a microphone in front of a camera on the internet, listen, I don't know. I'm just saying, maybe you should select a center or a tackle. You guys going to play tackle? Listen, at least Kendrick Green does play guard. So there's that. He's not even 6'2", but That's very short for a guard, too. Ew. Listen, you know what? For a guard? I'm not playing guard in the NFL. My position would most likely be bad fullback or running back. Very slow running back. Yes, those are my positions. If I was going to play in the NFL right now, it would probably be very slow running back who can barely catch out of the backfield, or bad fullback who could barely block coming out of the backfield. Maybe corner, but I get burned every play. It would just be broken ankles. The wide receivers just kick my ass. 49ers are collecting Trey Sermon out of Ohio State. I don't mind that pick. It's a very good running back to pick. Showed he could be a very good pass catcher, violent runner. This is the reason why you don't draft running backs in the first round. Trey Sermon just went in the third, and I'm pretty sure he's not a huge discount off of Najee Harris. Is he as good as Najee Harris? No, but he is probably like a 10% discount on Najee Harris. So, like, let's not pretend that this was any of this is making any sense. Third round, 88th pick. It didn't cost the Niners much, to be honest. Trey Sermon. They did lose Tevin Coleman last to free agency over to the Jets. I think this is a good move by them. So, listen, good on them. Minnesota Vikings are back on the clock for like the 97th time today. Oh, no, it's actually the Houston Texans and then the Vikings and then the Browns. Good to see. I'm very curious what the Browns are going to do. Maybe because I'm a Browns fan. And then they have 3 picks in the 4th round. Yeah, they have 3 picks in the 4th round. Interesting. Let's see. At 91, I think I have an idea of one of the 2 players that they might be looking at there. Who do the Texans get? Pick is in for the Texans. Are they taking another quarterback? I can't imagine so. Let's see what's left on the board. The pick is in. Texans draft Michigan wide receiver Nico Collins after trading with the Panthers. Oh, that was the other Panthers pick. What did the Panthers get? Why did the Panthers are just collecting picks? Yo, Panthers doing a good job. Not going to lie. I like this whole Panthers trade down thing. Good maneuver. They put a lot of talent around Sam Darnold. They're going to build around their dude. I like it. Howie Roseman says the conversation caught on camera with Tom Donahue was about losing out on a player pick during a trade down, which would be either Aaron Robinson or Lynn McNeil. So apparently Howie Roseman missed out on a pick in a trade down, and it was one of 2 players, defensive players. Either one I kind of like, but all right. Where are we? Minnesota Vikings are on the clock. We're at pick 89. 90. We're at pick 90. And we're going to 105, right? Dang. Nico Collins, not a bad pick by them, but Michigan wide receiver. You know, if you know Michigan, they had a great quarterback, throws the ball really well. That's why the receivers get so much notoriety. No, I mean, listen, that's probably one of the reasons why you haven't heard of Nico Collins. Also, I think he opted out last year too, so that's not really a good thing either. Pick is coming up. Texans pick live. I don't care. I want more info. I want to know what the Vikings are doing. Because they actually made a good pick just a couple of minutes ago, and I want to see if they make another good pick or they're going to make a bad pick. Browns are on the clock. Ronnie Perkins here, question mark? Oh, would they? Interesting. Guy who covers the team questioning maybe Ronnie. Vikings select Pitts. Oh, ew. They select Pitt edge Patrick Jones. This was one of the Pitt guys that did not test very well. Went to the Senior Bowl, did not do anything very well. I'm very shocked that they went this route. Ronnie Perkins is still on the board. That'd be an interesting pickup for them. For them to go this late and get Ronnie Perkins would be interesting. I could see them doubling up on corner and taking Ifeatu Melifonwu. That would be a really crazy move. What are they doing? I saw Ronnie Perkins question mark. Did they meet with him? I could also see wide receiver here, Anthony Schwartz. It's going to happen. Browns are getting one of Melifonwu, Miners, or Molden. Somebody's saying, but that looks more speculation than anything else. Texans traded the 4th-round pick, a 5th-round pick, and a 2020 4th-round pick to get Nico Collins. That's an interesting move on their part. Where are we now? Aaron Rodgers in serious consideration unless the situation in Green Bay is repaired to his liking. I wonder what that even means. To my liking. I want it into my liking. Let's see. 100% a limb means that they're testing thresholds and they met with them markedly better than Milton right now, too. I just got a text from my cousin saying congrats on JOK. Good player, like him. I think that was a good move for the Browns. I think they would have went D tackle as well. I think they might do that in the 4th though. Or if they could trade up from one of the 4th-round picks. Where are we here? What is the Browns pick? Browns opened up the night with pick 89, but shipped it to Carolina to move up to take Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa. Then Houston wound up with 89 and took Nico Collins. Some people are very big fans of the Nico Collins pick, so that's good. Okay, but what are they doing at 91, sir? I want to know what 91 is going to be. What are we doing? Who are they going for? I'm very curious. What are you doing, Browns? 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 I'm thinking Anthony Schwartz might be one of the wide receivers they look at. It might not be this pick, but one of these 4th-rounders that they have coming up, or this 3rd-round pick, I could totally see being Anthony Schwartz out of Auburn. I could see it being Quentin Miners. They are probably looking to get a center for the future or guard for the future, given that they have Wyatt Teller on the last year, his deal. J.C. Shredder's coming to the end of his deal, plus he has no more guaranteed money, and Batonio has more guaranteed money. So their interior offensive line is getting to the end of all their guaranteed money's gone, getting to the end of their deals. All right. Picks coming up soon, I'm betting. About to have a panic attack, everybody. I don't know if I can handle it anymore. Where is this information? What are they doing? Boop boop a boop. Boop boop. Boop boop. I want to know what you're doing. Cleveland Browns. Boop 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 boop. What you gonna do when you're the Cleveland Browns? 5 picks left to go. They could take Baron Browning. He can kind of be semi-quasi edge rusher. I'm just nervous to find out. I just want to find out. Oh, the Cleveland Browns pick is in. So they didn't trade out of this one either. So we'll see what happens. Where are the Browns going? The pick is in. What are they doing? Are they surrounding Baker Mayfield with a weapon? Are they getting a deep threat? Are they going to play different? Oh, my God. I'm so nervous. The pick is in. Oh, my God. This kid's got a Myles Garrett jersey on. Sick. I thought Myles Garrett was... Oh, here he is. The one, the only Myles Garrett. I love this guy. The 3rd pick overall. Pick 9-1. I'm going to try and keep it so you guys can't hear it, but I love this guy. He is one of my favorite players in the NFL, Jurassic Myles. He is I like him, man. He's a dog. This is the Brownstown, baby. Rock on, man. Myles Garrett in the house. Yeah. Here we go. Love to hear it. Yes, Anthony Schwartz. Deep threat out of Auburn. They needed that. Woo. Anthony Schwartz, wide receiver at Auburn. This was totally what they were looking to do. They wanted a deep threat. They wanted a guy with athleticism. They wanted to get speed on the offense. They got speed on the offense, speed on the defense. This is dope. I like it. Now they got a whole bunch of – they got 3 4th-round picks to go for tomorrow. They can maybe go for Ronnie Perkins in the 4th round if he's there. They clearly did not really address edge. They went after a speed threat and wide receiver. They went ahead and got a corner in the 1st round with Greg Newsome. I like all of it. Anthony Schwartz is 20 years old. Greg Newsome is 20 years old. They like kids. They want to go after children who run fast and can play football. Your face looks so disturbed right now. The look of disappointment on my girlfriend's face is actually kind of a look that I'm not all that used to. At least recently. Because I don't see her very often. Maybe because I make her look so disappointed. Yes, I like Anthony Schwartz. I think this is a good pick for the Browns. I think this is a good move for the Browns. Anthony Schwartz. I had a feeling that it was going to be him. Ow, wow, 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 oh. Speed. I had a need for speed. Anthony Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz out of Auburn. Schwartz. I like it. Not that. All right. I like it. That's some good speed. That's what they needed. They needed a deep threat. They got their deep threat. Browns needed that. Browns needed a deep threat. They got 3 4th-round picks, a 5th, a 6th, a 7th. Tomorrow's going to be a good day for the Browns, at least in the 4th round, I'm hoping. Titans select linebacker Monte Rice out of Georgia. Very good linebacker. Very solid. Oh, yeah. This was a good move. I liked it like that. Oh, baby. I like it like that. They met with him. They talked to him. They like his speed. They like his age. Like I said before, Browns like 20-year-olds. They don't like it. They don't like you being old enough to drink. But they don't have problems if you do drink. Stop looking at me so depressed. Like you're dating a child. We've officially, I think, lost all viewers. Oh, well. Although we've had people tune in and out. Buffalo Soldier. Even in America. Dang, I gotta wonder who's going here at 133 at pick 93. You're thirsty? I've got a giant gallon of water here. You want? She does not want the gallon of water after I drank out of it. She probably thinks I have COVID. Because that's how you get COVID. Sharing bottles of gallons of water. Oh, my God. We're almost done. Pick 93. We got a little over 10 picks left to go tonight. And then tomorrow will be day 3. I will not be doing this day 3. I'll just be doing recaps after this because that's a lot. Maybe I'll tune in. Maybe I'll jump on for a little bit of a day 3 hit just to sit here and be like, oh, let's hang out together. Yeah, my cousin just texted me, congrats on Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Thank you, cuz. 10 more picks. Could they speed these picks up, by the way? Like, it's getting tiresome. It's 11 o'clock at night. It felt like it went later last year, though. I will say this. This is going to be an interesting one. This will be an RB because Sean McDermott hates me. I like that. Darisaw, Cleveland, Bradbury, Davis, O'Neal. No more excuses. Just wish we got a real wide receiver 3. That's a Vikings thing, it looks like. I think I'd be willing to put everything I own online for the Rams to draft Anthony Schwartz. Well, this worked out on an ideal fashion. Neville Gallimore, stop playing with my bro Ronnie. I would love to have him as well. That at this stage, I like the 3 guys they got. Now, I like Ronnie Perkins. I think there's quite a few guys I like on day 3 for them. Ronnie Perkins would be a good one. I mean, 10 more picks left, so he can go tonight. Deontay Brown's still available. James Hudson, Quinn Miners, Marvin Wilson, J2 Fairley. I think there's a lot of guys. Is Diami Brown still remaining? I thought Diami Brown went off the board. Yes, he did. Okay, I just saw somebody put Diami Brown as one of their guys that are still left. I'm wondering if the Browns trade up and get back into to day 2. Because there's still a lot of good players left, and they probably aren't too worried about spending a bunch of picks, but who knows. Let's see. Had mentioned Darisaw, Mon, Jones well before the draft. Put a red dot beside Jones. They're going to love him. That's weird. Where are we at? Baker Mayfield got himself a deep threat. I like it. So everybody in Cleveland's like, yeah, Browns are building a team that's got some speed on it. I like it. They do. They got a lot of speed. A lot of coverage guys, too. What? Speed. Spencer Brown over to the Buffalo Bills. Tackle out of Northern Iowa. This is the guy who tested like an athletic freak. I think this is a good move for the Bills. They don't need it necessarily, but hey, you know what? If he develops into a better player than Deion Dawkins, what he could develop into is an elite left tackle or an elite right tackle. You know, Darrell Williams is in his later 20s, so you never know when you're going to be moving beyond him. Deion Dawkins' deal is probably getting towards the end. Got a couple more years left on that, but still, if you end up developing Spencer Brown into a solid player, he's 6'8". Very athletic. I think his RAS score was off the charts. So, dude, I dig it. Very good job on Spencer Brown's part. He allowed 2 sacks in all of 2019 out of Northern Iowa. Where are we now? Indian. Schwartz over Palmer. Cleveland gives Cleveland the edge. Anthony Schwartz needed to add speed to that offense badly. I liked it. Who's next? Did I just see Tommy Togiai? Elijah Molden, Jabril Cox, Baron Brown, and Tylan Wallace, some big-time name players. Elijah Molden, I think teams are not going to value very highly. Did not test very well. He's mostly a slot corner / safety, and I think some teams aren't quite sure about his about where his fit is in the NFL. I think the Rams will select him. The Rams or the Saints would select him in like the 4th round. That's kind of like their kind of guy, and those guys end up being good for them. So that's my point, is that they end up getting good guys like that. What do we have left? Live streaming. Impressive. Let's see. There's a lot of good players left. We're now at pick. Where are we? Ravens pick is in. Then we have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So you got Spencer Brown. You got the Ravens. I wonder who the Ravens are going to go for. I think they got to go safety or something, or offensive line. Anything. Just anything to not look like Like you're gonna let your quarterback just get destroyed. It's been a long time since they selected too. So where are you going, Ravens? Why is this guy dancing? I just want to know the selection. I don't want to see dancing. I want the announcement. I get it. You're a good dancer. I get it. I'm not salty, by the way, that he's a good dancer. I'm just saying I want to know who's being selected because I want this to go at a certain rate at some point. Yeah. Uh-huh. This is good. And now, where are we? Oh, Baltimore Ravens select Ben Cleveland out of Georgia. Man, that guy is huge. I wanted him on the Jets just for the aspect that you have one of the biggest offensive linemen. Two of the biggest offensive linemen in the NFL on the same offensive line. I think that would have been so sick. This is the point that I always had. It was like they needed that. They needed some kind of I don't know. This is what the Ravens needed. They needed an interior offensive lineman, a road grader, a hog molly. And listen, Ben Cleveland, not the best interior offensive lineman, but good. Very good. This is a very good selection for the Baltimore Ravens, especially if you're going into this run-heavy offense. Georgia guard, Ben Cleveland. I think that was a sick move by them. I'm saying it like I'm a fan. I'm not a fan, but at least I like the idea. So, good move on the Ravens. They get a good pick here. Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. Patriots are coming up on the clock. $5 say the Patriots get Ronnie Perkins or something like that because they always take the guy who's like falling like crazy, and then in 2 years they turn him into a star, and everybody wonders how that guy fell to the Patriots, and then people wonder why Bill Belichick is still Bill Belichick, just because he had one bad year, and he takes Mac Jones in the first round, could have traded up for Justin Fields, probably wouldn't have cost him much. Where am I going with this? But you never know. You know, if the question was, could you have gotten Mac Jones and Barmore or Justin Fields? Robert Hainsey out of Notre Dame. Wow, man. Buccaneers are Robert Hainsey's kind of more of a project-y kind of guy, so I'm a little intrigued by this one. Again, like for the Buccaneers, you're selecting at pick 95. This is a guy who's maybe going to be your swing tackle, your developmental tackle, and hopefully he could take over for maybe left tackle, and you can move on from Smith over there. So not a bad move by them, right? They've so far all three picks that the Buccaneers have made are guys that probably aren't playing right away. And I mean, like, I'm sure people probably thought that before, but like Joe Tryon, right? Like, he's probably not getting, like, they might use him as part of the edge rotation, but not necessarily. You know, again, now we've seen 3 Notre Dame offensive linemen. Like I said before, Notre Dame is the offensive line school of thought. So I dig it. They get to go ahead and build up their offensive line a little bit more. Yep. Sounds like the Browns are very high on Anthony Schwartz, elite vertical presence. I tweeted out today to a friend of mine, Jason Hand, who runs the Browns Huddle podcast. Go ahead and watch that if you're a Browns fan. I tweeted out, he asked, give me your list of players you hope that they get at their picks on day 2. And I went ahead and I had 2 different sets for day 1. For round 2, I only give them initials because I didn't want to jinx it, right? And for round 2, it was AO Edge, EM wide receiver, CB IDL, JOK defensive star, JO Edge, ASCB, and then on the third one, AS wide receiver. AS stood for Anthony Schwartz, and JOK, you already know who that stood for. So yes, this worked out very well. Well, I didn't want to go ahead and blow up my board, or the Browns board. I didn't know if anybody knew what the Browns. I didn't want people to know what the Browns did. Yeah, but I knew it. I knew it. I knew it going in. It was Anthony Schwartz. He was definitely a likely guy from the take, especially because they needed speed. Coming up next, the Patriots pick. Patriots pick coming in. What are they doing? What are we doing? Patriots. Another Power 5. Let's see. What are we doing tomorrow? Come on, Patriots, tell me what you're doing. I'm telling you, they're gonna steal like Ronnie Perkins. Andrew Filipponi, who's a Steelers guy at the Pawnee Express, says I like Steelers day 2 picks, not day 1 so much. I don't even think I care much for their day 2 picks, to be honest. I don't think Freiermuth's all that great of a tight end. I think listen, Freiermuth can end up being a very good tight end. I don't know, like I think I would have preferred waiting another round and getting Tommy Tremble or not Brevin Jordan or Hunter Long. I just don't think the differential between Pat Freiermuth and the other 2 guys was that much. But then again, I'm probably an idiot, so I'm definitely an idiot. So the pick is in for the Patriots. Can we find out what the pick is, though, is the question. Do we have to wait to find out? It's Ronnie Perkins out of the Oklahoma. This is why. This is why you follow. This is why you watch. Ronnie Perkins out of Oklahoma. And I got that one right. So Trey McKitty goes to Georgia. Goes to the Chargers out of Georgia. So there goes a lot of the edge rusher depth in this class. I think the Browns tomorrow probably going interior defensive line, maybe another corner. I don't know. Let's see what happens here. Where are we at? The pick is in. They draft Ronnie Perkins with the Patriots. LA Chargers take Trey McKitty. Denver Broncos are on the clock again. So I knew it. Ronnie Perkins was one of those edge rushers that just fell to round 3, and somehow Bill Belichick's going to make him look like a genius. Patriots are taking Ronnie Perkins. Taking Ronnie Perkins is such a Patriots move, comma. It's like every other year where some random 3rd round edge rusher falls to them and they end up turning them into some player that somebody's going to overpay in 4 years. So yeah, Patriots get Ronnie Perkins. I thought that was such a Patriots move. Now I bet I lost you because I was texting that whole time. Stupid me. Why am I texting on the job? Not even getting paid for this. You're looking at me again. Oh, God. Where are we at now? And with the 98th overall pick, the Broncos select offensive lineman Quinn Miners. After the Chargers select Trey McKitty at number 97. Good picks. Now they have a little bit of competition for the center position. Broncos get a very athletic developmental center Cushenberry had a little bit of a rough year last year. Now they have somebody else in there in case Cushenberry doesn't work out. Listen, you have Mike Munchak. This is the kind of thing you have Mike Munchak for, is to be able to get guys like this and turn them into real players. I thought he would maybe make it to the 4th round. I know there was some scuttlebutt he was going in the 2nd round. I never thought that was happening. 3rd round, 4th round seemed like it was always the pick for them. All right, Dallas Cowboys are back on the clock now. We have 7 more picks. Myles Garrett's biceps are showing through his jacket. This guy is just a giant of men. Zach Hicks. Mo Alley Cox is going to be a damn good left tackle next year. I'm glad the Broncos drafted Quinn Miners just so I never have to hear Rams fans bring him up again. Yes. Ronnie Perkins. Where are we at here? Can we get some news? Can we drink some booze? Nudes? Can we get some nudes on here? Could do that. Could do nudes. Listen, now we could be set up for streaming. New Steelers guard Kendrick Green was a big fan of Pouncey brothers growing up. Even wears 53 like they did. Bills are really acquiring tools this week. Pick is in. Yes, the Quinn Miners pick's coming up for the Denver Broncos. I like that pick for them. That's a very good pick. Again, another pick that the Jets could have made if they didn't trade up for Elijah Vera Tucker. You could have had 3 interior offensive linemen for the price of 1. Now, quality over quantity, but sometimes you can get both. Let's see. Preview of the Browns versus Steelers next year. Are we getting any more information? Ben Cleveland, Robert Hainsey, Ronnie Perkins, Trey McKitty, Quinn Miners. Dallas Cowboys are on the clock at pick 99. Start of the comp picks. Where are we now? Where are we now? Where are we now? I can't wait to find out what's going to happen next because now they haven't said anything. Yes, I know the Cowboys are on the clock, but are we going to get the picks? Get the picks. Get the peaks. Get the peaks. What could the Cowboys do? What could the Cowboys do? How do they rate these players? Oh, Grady's. Oh, what are they gonna do? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what the Cowboys have made some strange picks tonight. Can we get an answer? Can we get an answer? Can we get an answer? Stone Forsythe, maybe a good pick right now. Yeah, we're currently. I think I'm actually curious as to what the Colts' plan is at tackle. That's an interesting question. It's a weird thing that you have a guy who struggled with lack of protection last year. You trade for him, and then you get him no protection. Now, granted, like I said before, free agency after the draft can affect that. So, they went ahead and they drafted 2 edge rushers, one who's probably not going to play next year. And then I also kind of like what the Bills did with Carlos Basham and Gregory Rousseau, doubled up on the edges, and they still could probably find some players. My cousin, who's a Broncos fan, just said he loves this Whitewater guy. I don't blame him. Very athletic. Kind of blew up the combine, not combine, but blew up his pro day pretty well. Had a very solid pro day. I kind of liked, he had a very good Senior Bowl too. Like that's the thing. He had a very good post-draft process. Went to the Senior Bowl, showed out against competition. Wouldn't have been invited if it wasn't for the fact Landon Dickerson had no ACL. Well, I know it was no ACL, but really having issues with the ACL, question marks. So I also think that this kind of puts the interior offensive line class kind of. Let me check who's left on the interior offensive line class, because now at this point, I'm not overly excited about taking a guy like Deontay Brown or something like those the supersized interior offensive linemen. Trey Smith is still available. Tennessee Volunteers, very athletic prospect, being projected to be guard now. He never developed into what people thought he was going to be. But again, he tested really well. You get him to the right team, maybe he can go. Aaron Banks already went. Ben Cleveland already went. Deontay Brown's still on the board. David Moore out of Grambling. There's just still a lot of guards in this class. Tackle-wise, what's left on the tackle board? Offensive tackle. Let's see. Penny Sewell, Rashawn Slater, no, all these guys are gone. Stone Forsythe's still available. Yeah, if you didn't take a tackle, I feel really bad for you because your only option right now is Stone Forsythe. Nation right out of Oregon State is who the Dallas Cowboys select. Not the most athletic guy, not the most weird Oregon State prospect, honestly. I was not the guy who I was expecting if you're going to select somebody at Oregon State. Not the cornerback I'd be selecting here at all at this point in the draft. I'm really confused what's going on here. Man, I'm so intrigued by this draft. This is going to be interesting. Oh, my God. You got the Titans, the Lions, the Niners, the Rams. San Francisco 49ers. What's the cost to trade up? Let's take the trade charts here. Trade chart. Trade chart. Trade chart. Alabama. Do. Trade chart. Trade chart. NFL trade chart. Let's see what this does. All right. Now, I can show you guys the trade chart. There we go. Let me just check, see if there's anybody here. Yeah, so options here. We're now at pick 100, right? That value is 100 points on this trade chart. And if you wanted to trade up from, say, pick, 74, and you wanted to offer pick, 169, that's actually kind of close. So, like, we're in that range that if somebody wanted to trade their fifth rounder to get up, that could actually work. Huh. Fifth and a fourth should do it, sir. Fifth and a fourth. Twitter. What's going on? Oh, let me guess. Somebody tell me what's happening, like a player whose name rhymes with Nulio Knowns is on the move or something. These picks are starting to blur together at this rate. I'm talking. I'm about to take Tampa Bay Broncos. It's 120. Yeah, these picks are starting to blend together. As a will linebacker, Melifonwu better have a medical red flag because I've never taken another dude in this draft over him. Lions select Efetu Melifonwu. So Lions get a good pick here. This is exactly who I would have traded up for. So at this stage, I don't think the Browns are trading up. Where are we at with this draft? Psh. Where are we at with this draft? Let's see. Transition back. It was nice looking at the trade chart for a little bit just to see what options were on the table. Let's see. Bring that back up. Bring up Twitter again so that way you guys don't see my Twitter account, see the people I'm following. I don't want to get taken off of the YouTube, right, for some of them Twitter titties. Just saying. I say that, and some guy named Cole Clayton, can you lady DM me your titties to help heal my broken heart? I wouldn't complain at all. If any of you beautiful ladies, I'm running out of words. I only have 6 vowels left in my vocabulary, and they're all kind of leaving me at the moment. Actually, I think there are only 6 vowels, right? A, E, I, O, U, sometimes Y. Yeah, there we go. I only had 6 vowels. But I only have 6 total vowels that I can use the entire rest of the night. Elijah Molden goes off the board to the Tennessee Titans. Ifeatu Melifonwu going off to the Detroit Lions. Man, I'm starting to get really sad because I was hoping the Browns could double up at corner now. I would have been a little bit excited about that move. You can always get a corner from Oregon State. Cowboys got a steal. That's Steven Nelson for you. Former corner for the Steelers, who actually played really well but got released because I guess he didn't want to have to compete for being an outside corner. I'm not quite sure what was going on there. Did we get any more information? I'm guessing Brevin Jordan's falling out of this round too. I thought Brevin Jordan was going to push some guys down. Jabril Cox is still on the board. Michael Carter's still. I'm actually shocked Michael Carter's still on the board, to be honest. Baron Browning's still on the board. That doesn't shock me too much. Ellerson Smith, kind of could see going either way. Brevin Jordan. That's why teams aren't really trading much, or they're trying to accumulate picks, because, again, you have 4 more picks left for the night. The San Francisco 49ers, the LA Rams, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Denver Broncos. The Detroit Lions pick is in. They get another guy like Amani Oruwariye, one of their already existing players. And now they select Ifeatu Melifonwu, another big, long outside corner. They now have 3 of these kind of guys. This is a good pick by them. Guy out of Syracuse. His brother was a corner a couple years ago. Actually a safety, Obi, out of UConn. So, and now he's currently with the 49ers. Ifeatu Melifonwu, very good playing off man and off zone coverage. Very good zone awareness. Very good, very good closing in skills. Very good tackler too. Ifeatu, I really liked him. Especially the film against Diami Brown was actually very good. He was taking his head off at moments. So I liked him a lot. He's a very good watch. If you want to watch good corners and you like good corner play, Ambry Thomas out of Michigan going to San Francisco 49ers. Damn, it's going to be it looks like it's a defensive back run at this point. The guys have all kind of fallen at this stage. Elijah Molden, Ifeatu Melifonwu, Ambry Thomas. 3 more picks until the draft is until day 2 of the draft is done. LA Rams have finished. LA Rams are on the board. Man. 103, the Rams select Ernest Jones, linebacker. All right. I have no clue what the LA Rams' plan is. I think it's just to troll us as they do this studs and duds thing that they continue to do and somehow make it work, at least to some extent. So we'll see. I have zero idea what that team is plans for. I have no idea what their plan is as far as like the future at tackle or guard or any position anymore. 49ers selections up, so we got, 2 more picks? Baltimore Ravens and the Denver Broncos. We got 2 more players left, and then it's over for the night. Can we finish this up? Finish this up. Psh, psh. Bruce Arians compared Kyle Trask to Brad Johnson. He told me he has no concerns about arm strength. He can make every throw he wants. He specifically pointed to the Georgia game. He said they even talked about Trask in the first round. I wouldn't be shocked if Jamie Newman is a guy who goes on day 2 that teams really like to maybe be a potential backup, developmental starter kind of guy. What's left, man? Where are we at? Can we get the finish up on this deal? We got 2 more picks, Baltimore Ravens and the Denver Broncos. And then tomorrow is going to be a fun, strange day. I might do a little bit of a live stream in the beginning, and then I'll cut out after the 4th round. At this point, what are we doing? We got, what, 103. Can we move to this next thing? Can we move to the last 2 picks? Can we wait to the next 2 picks? Where are we on this? I want to know what the Ravens pick is. Oh, Ravens select SMU DB Brandon Stevens. All right. This has been a very wow. This is just going over the Lions draft. They got Levi Nwuzurike, Aleem McNeil, Penny Sewell, and Efetu Melifonwu. Not bad so far for the Lions. I kind of dig it. In fact, I'm just going to start going over some of the draft picks so far. When they finally finish, let's go for teams, right? Arizona Cardinals selected Zaven Collins and Rondell Moore, and they don't have another pick till the 5th round. We'll see. Maybe they might trade up, to the 4th round. Maybe give up some picks to do that. Atlanta Falcons, Kyle Pitts, Richie Grant, Jalen Mayfield. Falcons have 2 4th-rounders, 3 5th-rounders, and a 6th-rounder tomorrow, so they'll be going after some value. Baltimore Ravens, they've taken Rashad Bateman, Owe, Ben Cleveland, and they're currently on the clock. They also have 2 4th-rounders and 2 5th-rounders tomorrow. Buffalo Bills took Spencer Brown, Boogie Basham, Gregory Rousseau. They don't have a 4th-rounder, but they do have 2 5th-rounders, a 6th and a 7th. We are now at, where are we at now? Let's move this over to here so I'm not looking down from the screen, because now I just lost you guys because you think I'm falling asleep here. I like the Bills pick. I thought that was a good move. Carolina Panthers, man, I think they've added a lot, right? They got J.C. Horn, Terrence Marshall, Brady Christensen, Tommy Tremble. They added a 4th-rounder. They also have a 4th-rounder tomorrow, a 5th-rounder, and 3 6th-round picks. So, good moves for the Carolina Panthers. Chicago Bears currently have the 5th tomorrow and 3 6th. So that's not a lot. Bengals. But keep in mind, the Bears also took Tevin Jenkins and Justin Fields. So that's already good picks. What are you doing? There was an ant? On you? On you. An ant. How big was the ant? It was little? How little? She can't find any others. I would have showed it to you guys, but you can't find the rest now. There's not anybody even watching at this stage, but I figure I'll just keep talking to myself. We've had spikes and jollies and ups and downs. Yeah, so far I've liked the Lions drafts a lot. Green Bay Packers. Stokes, Myers, and Amari Rodgers weren't bad picks. They still have a 4th, 2 5ths, 2 6ths, and a 7th. So they still can resolve some of the in-house problems. Amon St. Brown is still on the field, on the board. Kind of interested in that guy. He could go join his brother Equanimous over in Green Bay. There's a 5th-rounder, 3 6th-rounders, a 7th for the Houston Texans. They've taken Davis Mills and Nico Collins. Fun. Let's see. Texans, Colts. Kwity Paye, Dayode Ingbo. They have pick 22 tomorrow, pick 21 tomorrow, pick 22 tomorrow. Kansas City Chiefs. have taken Creed Humphrey and Nick Bolton. Nothing special. I like both those players, but still, like, okay, they have a 4th rounder tomorrow and 2 5th rounders. We'll see what they get out of those guys. How many picks do the Miami Dolphins have tomorrow? Oh, they only have 3, a 5th and 2 7th. So, but they took Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, Javon Holland, Liam Eichenberg, and Hunter Long. So, let's see how much left we have. I actually kind of like what Miami did for the first round, right? They got Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips. Like I said, I'm nervous with Jalen Phillips, and I'm probably more risk-averse than a lot of other teams would be. Keep in mind, 17 other teams did not take Jalen Phillips. Javon Holland, I was not a huge fan of. Liam Eichenberg, I kind of do like. I like his tech. He's a good technician. So the short arms might worry people, but I dig it. That was a good pick to me. And then Hunter Long, I kind of like as well. So overall, I like what the Miami Dolphins did. Finally, the Ravens pick is in. Do we actually already know it? Is it already in? Oh, Lord, 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 Lord. Can we find out what the... Oh, no, we did find out. It's SMU, Brandon Stevens at my God, at 104. So, Brandon Stevens goes. That's fine. Solid defensive back. Not well. I think it's a little early for him. Can line up in zone. Strong safety size. But I'm not overly eager about, the selection. Why am I sounding sad that the Ravens didn't take a great player? I'm exhausted. Can you clearly tell I'm exhausted? We got one more pick left. The Denver Broncos. Then we're on for tomorrow. With players that are left, you look at the potential for, let's see, the Ravens took a DB. Who's left as far as Broncos have had a very good draft, I think. All right. Patrick Surtain, well, minus the fact that they ignored going, okay, they've had an interesting draft. I can't say they had a great draft, right? They took Patrick Surtain. I liked Patrick Surtain. The only problem is you could maybe argue they probably should have went quarterback there, but we don't know. We don't know we've never met these quarterbacks before, so we don't know if Mac Jones or Justin Fields would have actually been better prospects. I'm pretty sure they are better prospects than Drew Lock was. So I kind of would have went that route, but listen, Patrick Surtain, you add to your cornerback depth, at least you're going to have a good defense. Javonte Williams, they even traded up for Javonte Williams, but they wanted to make sure they got one of the top 3 running backs. I say this, and Michael Carter is still on the board at the end of the freaking 3rd round. Watch. and they're the last pick in the 3rd round, so it's not even like we had to worry about that. And it's not like listen, Michael Carter's Javonte Williams is great, but it's like, you probably, I don't know. I don't mind it. I think he's a very good running back. Quinn Miners, again, very good player out of Whitewater, but again, you're coming from a lower division. We're probably there to push Cushenberry to be better, build better, bring back better. Stokes, Myers, and Amari for the Packers. Let's see. Jacksonville. They've had 5 picks so far. They got 2 4th rounders tomorrow, 2 5th rounders, and a 7th. So still plenty of picks to go. They had Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Tyson Campbell, Walker Little, Andre Sisco. Man, that's a lot of weirdness in that draft, right? Like, Trevor Lawrence, really good, right? But that was like the easy pick. And the last pick for the night is Baron Browning to the Denver Broncos. I think it's a very good pick for the Denver Broncos. Linebacker out of Ohio State, very athletic, very this is interesting because, again, he can I think that's actually a good scheme for him to go to. Can be both off the ball and a little bit of an edge rusher. Reminds me of Leonard, kind of reminiscent of Leonard Floyd when he came out, maybe, with how they misused him in Chicago initially. But, again, you have him as an off-the-ball linebacker. They don't really blitz much, but they could actually put him down as, as a third, on a 3rd down pass rusher, when you're kicking guys out into, when you're trying to go ahead and go to the speed rush downs. So when you're trying to get as many guys who can rush the passer on the field, he can just kick down and go ahead and rush the passer. I think it's a very good pick by the Broncos. In fact, I think it might be one of their better picks of the night. And that's it. Tomorrow I will do the 4th round. I'll be out after that because I can't imagine this is a good idea to do this for the whole day. And that's about the end of it. Thank you for tuning in. You're always welcome to come back, and You can follow the podcast at Draftvice on Twitter, at Draftvice_football on Instagram. You can follow me at BROJO. Death is any life. And Punch, the delicious drink you drink in the summer. Go ahead and check out the spot in Nanuet, New York. Thank them for letting us do the show last night. And TTFN, ta-ta for now.
We're on to
When I
Cincinnati.
woke up this morning, I was feeling pretty dangerous.
About the past.